What is going on, everybody? Welcome to another Live on the Bench. Jeff, Strumwood Guitars. And we are getting ready to go. A little bit of a continuation from yesterday, actually. If you haven't checked it out, then it's actually a VOD. I'm saving them for a little bit. But we're about to continue on with the Martin that we started yesterday. We got some binding issues. Took me a little bit longer to glue it up than I wanted to. We are live on YouTube and Twitch. If you're on YouTube, please feel free to like the stream. And let me know what you want to see and how this all works for you. I'm really doing this for you. I'm just here working. Pull up a seat, welcome along, and let's get right back into it. So what I have here is... just going to turn that down. The music is really for me in shop here. What I've got going on here is the Martin that we did the binding repairs to yesterday. So we had a lot of loose pieces sticking around, and it's actually in a couple spots. Let me put these strings here. So we had it on the top and the bottom, and we also had the whole section on the backside here as well. And so basically what the biggest issue that we had is that the pieces were kind of delaminating from themselves. So there's layers parallel as well as horizontally in this channel, and they started to be lifting from that. And so then what we ended up doing, we being I, is just kind of cut them down a little bit. And that actually fixed a couple problems. We had a really big gap here before. I never really did take a before picture, but there was a pretty good gap right where the binding seams, and I don't think I can even show it. Oh yeah, very, very minor now. It's a lot better than where it was. The guitar is less than perfect condition by a long shot, and it is designed to, or it's not designed, but the client is wanting to keep it that way. This is a subcontracting job, so this is I'm doing this part of the repair for a friend, and then he's gonna finish it up and clean it and do whatever else he needs to do. But all the finish work, binding stuff, he doesn't do, so I am gonna clean that up for them. There's also a couple nicks here too. There's a big one on the top here. There's a crack right here, and this is a really nasty lacquer crack actually. And what I was trying to determine with this is trying to see if there was something that we can do with that. A lot of times you can just wick a little bit of super glue in there and it actually just will fill that crack and almost disappear entirely, which is always a very satisfying repair. But I have a very strong feeling that this guitar has been refinished. And there's multiple signs for that, or why I think that. But it also could be of the era, and I don't remember the year. I meant to look that up actually at the end of yesterday. I'm just remembering it right now. But I meant to look up the year because there was a period of time, I'm not a huge historian with really any of the guitars, but in particular with Martin, but Martin did have a period of time where they weren't using exclusively nitro cellulose for their finishing products when they were refinishing them. And if you pull up any sort of literature, they just, I don't remember what the terminology is, but they use kind of a very vague description of, you know, it could be a nitro or something, but really all that means is that it's not taking to the typical means of how we would fix a lacquer ding or repair. But anyway, that's not going to happen, so we don't have to worry about it. And we are essentially just going to start removing this tape very carefully and see what we need to do to kind of get this back in playing position. This one I did a couple of days ago. I've just left it so that we're kind of doing the whole thing together. And then on the back side, this is what we did yesterday afternoon. So the secret with a lot of this stuff, and sometimes you can heat these up. We'll see how the first pull goes. This is, I'm on the very end of the tape. We'll see how the first one goes and kind of go from there. But you want to be very, very careful of not pulling the finish off. So a lot of times I will pull straight up or off to an angle. And yeah, it's coming up super clean, which is obviously always ideal, especially on this guitar because we do have a lot of loose broken lacquer. So I was a little concerned about that. But if you're ever applying tape to a guitar, this is binding tape. So this is quite a bit stronger than your typical style of tape. Let's move this up a little bit. But it's actually just to take it and pop it onto your sweater. Like you just kind of stick it to your shirt or sweater, whatever it is that you're using wearing, and it will just kind of eliminate any of that, like the super sticky. It'll just kind of dull it a little bit, which is typically what you want to do. I wouldn't normally put this style of tape on a guitar in this condition, just because there is a very good chance, and I'm fully expecting that there will be one section that we do pull up some finish, but I'm kind of getting away with it a little bit because they don't want to refinish this guitar. This is a family heirloom. I believe this was Grandpa's guitar. And yeah, there's some glue coming up, but we're not getting any lacquer coming up, so that's good. Actually, pulling glue up kind of helps us. It's a little bit less to have to clean off. Yeah, these are all coming off clean, which is nice. The amount of Martin repairs that I do, and then more specifically in the binding realm, is crazy. I'd never heard of this being an issue before I started fixing them. And then I get one of these every couple of weeks, and I have for a while. I mean, it's good for business, but as far as a Martin owner, most people are actually very aware of that situation, and it doesn't matter. This one is from the this one's from like the mid 70s, but it doesn't matter what era. I've seen pre-war, post-war, something from the 80s. I've seen recent ones, 5 years old kind of thing, and HD 28s, like every single model. It's not just on one cheap dreadnought or one really high-end HD 28 or anything along those lines. It's kind of crazy that there is still a lot of issues with the binding after all this time, because I'm sure that more people have commented on this and that Martin is aware, but they don't do it. Hey, what's up, Andrew? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, it's just one of those things where you have the ability of seeing what's going on, and hopefully we can figure out and get to the bottom of this. And as far as cleaning this stuff up, so it comes off pretty clean. We do have a little bit of a texture in here, so I am feeling both sides of this. Actually, I'm feeling this bottom lip. It's not moving though, which is good. It is seated in there now. So this is, again, we did glue this the other day, so this is just kind of a continuation. I am good, thank you. Just live streaming, just doing my thing, man. Welcome to the shop. Pull up a virtual seat. Yeah, there's a lot happening in shop, which is cool. I got a lot of content coming out. There's a lot of stuff happening on YouTube. I'm live streaming to YouTube and Twitch, and feel free to follow along and like the streams and do all that stuff. Where is my... There, it's right beside me. I'm looking for my water, and it's right beside me. So we'll just clean up some of this glue and then see what we're working with on this one. Often I'll kind of wash this all off and then see what we're kind of dealing with and then carry on to the next section. So that's exactly what I'll do. I'll clean up all this old glue, because actually some of this is what I'm feeling. And as we start to remove it, yeah, I'm getting a little bit of a lip there, but I might be able to use my secret binding repair on this one. Because it's not lifting off of the guitar, it's just this lip that's in it. I don't even think it's moving. Oh no, it is. I can see it moving in there. All right, so never mind. So actually, I think I might deal with that one first before I carry on with anything. Because what we're going to need to do is actually wick some glue in there. Just to... Yeah. Oh, I didn't get rid of that tape. We're going to need this tape again. Well, that's not ideal, but it's okay. Yeah, the whole idea with these live streams is just I'm sitting here working, so it's a free for all. You can come hang out, ask your questions, make your comments. Hopefully it's something that people want to see. I get asked for this so often. So many people just want to like see what it is that I'm doing, or if they can watch me work on their guitar or something along those lines. So figured I'd give it a try. So I'm making a pretty valiant effort, doing a little bit of the grinding stream, or sorry, the streaming grind for a little while, and kind of just seeing the best times to do it. And I won't be streaming every day. Currently I'm streaming every day, just while I'm down here working, just trying to find the best times and stuff, but it will be. Eventually, there will be a time and some sort of schedule that I'll have up, and then, you know, you're bored at home, you can tune along or have it on in the background. Whatever. It's always cool, too, when you have clients. I've done some work for Andrew, so it's cool to see him in the chat hanging out with us. Cleaned everything, put it all away, and now I have no idea where I put anything. Oh, there they are. So we've got okay. My background music is it's a little hard. We're gonna switch that out real quick. I don't think you should be getting that. I'm not sending a signal of the music to you, so you shouldn't be hearing that. Okay, so this is always a nerve-wracking thing, is using super glue over a guitar, but the key is always be prepared, always be ready, because you never know what's going to happen. The in-your-face paper towel cam. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that this binding would be wrapped up today on this one, but apparently not. Mind you, the glue doesn't take very long to dry, so I might still be able to do it. We'll kind of glue this one up, and then I'll keep pulling it off. This shouldn't take very long at all to get this going. And dealing with old clumpy glue on this is reminding me of my new mantra for the shop, and that's just clean when you're done. I never used to, because like a mess doesn't bother me, you know, creative mind, whatever you want to call it, but I could work in a messy shop. You know, the bench would stay clean, so I'm not damaging any guitars, but everything else, my tools would just always be kicked into a corner or whatever, and I'm getting out of that habit, and I gotta be honest, I'm really liking it. Until you can't find what you're looking for, because that's always the thing. Trying looking for a tool or something, you have no idea where it went. All right, did that work there? Should work. Not quite. I'm getting towards the bottom of this barrel, so, or this container of glue, so it doesn't fit the same way as it did when they were brand new. Because I don't want glue to seep through. I want it to go exactly where I want it. Oh, actually, we might be okay. Actually, I don't need that. So I'm just going to get this in position real quick. Just a little tiny little dab is going to go in behind the binding. So this is where it's all kind of lining up. Just in this back part here, I have, like the cameras aren't going to pick it up, but I have just a little bit of movement, and that's telling me that it's still not seated in there correctly. So I'm just going to have a little bit of paper towel ready in case I need it for a really quick cleanup of a couple pieces. I don't expect to spill or drip, but it's much easier just to deal with it when I have it right in front of me rather than this. This is my least favorite thing to do. I don't like using glue on top of guitars. I don't like using really any glue on top of a guitar without it being fully clean, just because there's just a chance, you know? Okay, so it's starting right about here. So what we'll do, I'm just going to do a little stream. Sorry if I'm blocking the camera, but I have to worry about this right now. Well, it's doing exactly what I wanted it to. It's wicking right in behind that. You might see the shininess of the glue, but I'll just kind of use some finger clamps for a second. It doesn't take very long, especially the thin stuff. See you later, dude. Yeah, it's having the a little bit of tension and a little bit of finger strength should do the trick for us. We don't need this to be crazy. It's not structural. It's just a visual thing. I just want it to be seated in there well enough that it's not going to be squeezing out or moving on us. It doesn't appear that it's going to be doing that, which is great. And I'll do just a little bit at a time. So I'll give this about a minute, minute and a half. And we'll see if it doesn't, if it's still moving after this, then we'll do just a little bit more. And the other really nice thing is that the glue came right off the top because we caught it quick enough. So I don't even have cleanup to do, which is perfect. Cleaning up super glue on guitars, it's not difficult, it's just time consuming. So if we don't have to do that, it's always the better. And sometimes when you... I'm not gonna lie, there are times that you kind of throw some glue at something and hope for the best, or even if you're fully prepared and you throw some glue at it and you think it's all gonna come together, it doesn't. And that's just one of those things where sometimes just experience comes in, where you're not 100% sure where it's gonna go in, but it should do this. So we have just this little section in the middle, which is great. Everything else on the sides has is all seated. I'll give that another second, and then we'll do another dab in the center there, and that will be that. So actually, that kind of worked out well. It's not the most exciting thing to be repairing, and I can imagine watching, but it is just one of those things that sometimes happens. Once we get this off, then we'll be kind of back into our normal game. So I think it's right here in the center. Yeah, all of this is seated now. Well, that's great. Just a little bit right in the middle. Go back to my dry clamps, if you will. So we'll just press this down, and now I'm putting downward pressure. So that was just the extra little bit of that lip that's coming up. Like a dab of super glue to hold in the binding is fine. I would not recommend filling the whole thing up with super glue. It's not really the best fix for it. The big thing on what's happening with the binding is that it's not moving at the same rate as the wood of the guitar. So in this case, obviously we have a bit of an older guitar, and just over time it will start to kind of shift on us, which is totally normal and totally expected. But the binding is generally plastic, or some sort of ABS or whatever, like just a different type of plastic. And then you get the issues of them moving at different rates, and that's typically why they separate. And very commonly will actually separate right in the bout, and that's where it will start to come off of the body. In this case, it actually came off in these large strips, which is what we're gonna take that off next. We'll take the tape off of that next, and see how that repair went from yesterday. There's obviously many different ways of kind of tackling this. This was actually a really clean glue up, which is nice. These ones can be a little challenging. I'm just trying to see if I still have any movement in here. I still have just a hair. Might do that one more time. And I'm giving it a squeeze and kind of letting the physics take over. And just letting it work itself in. So I give it a little squeeze, enough to get the glue out. And then just kind of let it wick into place. And then I give it a couple presses down, and it kind of acts as a vacuum. The air, when you're doing that, will just make it kind of rise. I'll give it a pretty firm one on this one. I think at this point there should be enough back there. Really exciting stuff. Yeah, that's doing the trick. In fact, I'm going to make this a little bit easier on me. And now I'm kind of just created a trigger clamp. And then after this, you, as I keep saying, it should be able to kind of just line itself up. This was the toughest part, actually, was this little section, just because it's kind of coming out of, and so the bottom is lifting. The top hasn't come off, so we don't really have the ability of really getting any glue in there. So I'm using a really thin super glue to just kind of wick its way in there and just give me like a contact point. I just need a little bit of adhesion. I don't need it to be crazy amounts of glue or anything. And obviously I don't want crazy amounts of glue all over the guitar as well, so kind of works for both purposes there. And there we go. We'll hold it for another second, but there's no movement. So that's that. So I'll get my glue out of the way. And I'll just, yeah, move the glue out of the way, and hopefully that, move the paper towel, just hold it for another second, and then that way if there is still anything that's a little damp inside underneath the binding, it will not interfere with us. And we'll let that sit for a little bit, and then we'll come back and see if we can kind of just squish that in. This is like, I can't even measure that, but it is like paper thin as far as just the lip that I'm feeling here is okay, and then there's just a little bit right in the middle, and then to about there. So just this really kind of corner lip. I'll show you a little trick that I do for those often, and it works quite well. I'm just going to give that glue a little bit of extra time to set up. It doesn't take very long for the super glue to kind of like harden, but I'm in no rush. I got more to do, so just make sure it's not going to move on us, which I don't think it is. It's not moving at all now in the cavity, which is ideal. So I think we're okay. Yeah, I got nothing going on there. Okay. So let's move on. I don't need these now. I thought I was going to have to do another reglue, but the only thing I wish is being able to find a better solution for this. The binding tape works great. It's a huge thing. You can, like, you know, pull it exactly what you need. But when you're all said and done, there's a fair amount of tape, like, as you can see, and it's just, I like to try and waste as little as possible, or use as less, throw away as less as I can. So we started here and worked our way in, so we'll pull the tape back the other way, and that way it's not really working against us. We'll do this in small little sections too, because I don't want to be pulling any finish off. I think this section, there's a little bit of worn finish. I don't know if you can quite see that there. Yeah, you can see it. Just this little section, and it's just a little bit of a valley of where there's some broken lacquer. So hopefully we can do this in small enough sections that it won't upset that. It's not the end of the world if it does. I obviously don't want to be doing any more damage than I need to the guitar, but they're not, the client is not expecting this to be in pristine condition. So not that I use it as an excuse per se, but it just means that if I leave a little nick or a little flake from the lacquer, it's not going to be a huge deal. If it was a completely pristine guitar and I'm pulling all the lacquer off, that obviously would be a different story. Oh yeah, that is coming off super clean, which is nice. So I can feel the glue. We use Tight Bond underneath this to glue this back onto the body. So there is a little bit of wood glue cleanup, but that is actually really easy. A little bit of water and a cloth, and you will be in good shape. So yeah, you can see some of the little bit of lacquer on this corner, maybe, kind of. So there is a little bit that's coming off, but it was all brittle and falling off anyway. And I also tried to circumvent. Yeah, there's no lacquer on the tape, so we're not pulling any of that up, which makes me feel good. I try to help with that as much as I can by just taking the tape and sticking it to my shirt, and then hoping that it didn't become a thing. I'm doing about 3 or 4 pieces of tape at a time. That way I can really stay controlled on where I'm applying the pressure. I'm kind of pulling up on it. So that one pulled some finish off. A little bit more than I would like. So I'm going to switch and go to one at a time here and do this very delicately. You can also heat the tape up, like with a heat gun, and it will kind of just loosen up the, I guess, the tackiness of it. But I don't want to really do that if I don't have to, because it can also damage the finish. The finish is not the best job. I strongly think this has been refinished. So all I'm doing now is I'm just grabbing one piece of tape at a time, and I'm pulling totally backwards. You can see that I'm creating like this right angle by pulling the tape off. I'm pulling it so far. And when you do that, you're just kind of changing. If I were to pull it straight off the guitar, like in a strip, there's no doubt it would pull up all the finish with it. But pulling it off to an angle just seems to kind of help. If you found yourself in this situation and you are pulling up a lot of finish, yeah, a heat gun would work well to kind of remove it. I know people that will actually throw water underneath the tape as well when they're pulling it up. So there's all sorts of different things you can do there. But typically the right angle pull works really well. I personally like that step. So we did have one section that we're pulling up finished, but everything else here we're doing okay. Now this tape's a little bit stronger than the thinner stuff. And we're just, yeah, this is the big section of broken finish, so I am pulling up just a tiny little bit right on the very edge, but I'm not making this worse in the sense of like I've pulled off a big chunk of lacquer. If anything, I might be helping it because it's pulling off the really loose pieces. Yeah. It's a little rough to feel because it's got all that old glue, so let's wipe that off and see what we're working with. Feels like we did the right thing. So I just got some water and a rag, and this will just help remove any old glue that's stuck in position. I can feel a little bit here, but I can also see that there's a lot of broken lacquer, which actually is after we glued anyway. Yeah, I really like the gap now in behind here. That gap was quite large yesterday when we're gluing this all up, and it's almost non-existent currently. Just with reseating this and kind of stretching this and putting this nice and tight against the body, it's very close to where this would have been when it left the factory some 50 years ago. So yeah, we're not doing anything to the finish. They're not they don't worry about the finish. So it's a little tough because I always do my feel check and I look the other way so that I'm not looking at it. Of course, I'm looking at a preview of my screen, so that's not helpful. But I can feel texture right here, but it's also, I can feel the broken pieces of lacquer. I don't know if that's even gonna, you can see just this little bit on the sides here. So it's all over the guitar. It's on all the sides. Most of the stuff we're not touching, like we didn't glue it or anything, so it's not like damage we've caused. It's just wear and tear over the time. But that actually feels, as far as the binding goes, it's tough to kind of differentiate between that and what my finger is catching, which is broken lacquer. But like I feel a lot here, but that's all of the broken lacquer. But I think that's actually pretty good. Oh yeah, see, I'm running my finger on this, which is a huge section of lacquer coming off. So I think that top part, that's actually all we have to do. We don't have to run any glue or any sort of finish, anything to seal. That actually is really nice. There's no lips from the binding itself. Like I said, it's difficult to try and feel what is binding and what is broken lacquer, but there's a little bit right here, which is, yeah, little sections of broken lacquer. So that's what I'm feeling there. The back feels good. Cool. Let's go on to the next side. Same thing. We started here and worked our way in, so the tape is overlying this way, so we'll work the tape back just so that we're not running issues. And actually, I'm just going to start pulling this off on an angle right off the get-go. rather than pulling it straight off as I did. It should help circumvent any issues that we may have with that. So the other thing that I did on this one, I ended up doing it actually off stream. I was going to do this yesterday, but it's really tricky to actually see what I'm doing. I think I have to do another round, so you'll at least see the process of that. But I did fill in, there's a fingerboard crack here too, from the end of the fingerboard. So we'll take a look at that in a minute too, because the super glue is going to be dried and cured on that, and then we'll just take a razor blade to it and see what's going on. Yeah, just pulling this piece by piece, and it's coming off really clean. Oh, there's a little bit there. That's coming off really clean. Of course, now that I say it, but... So the game plan for this stream, what I'm trying to actually do... Oh, that was a pretty big piece. Which means that this one's going to have some. Yep, it does. Yeah, that is definitely not nitro. I'm not too sure what that is. It's very plasticky, so I'm really thinking that that's a polyester finish. Or polyurethane, rather. It's like a cotton shirt in there. Not so much. I don't think there was a big section here. I know there was two. There's quite a few on the top one. I don't think there was as many on the bottom. Which actually is kind of funny, considering that this is actually what would be touching you. There'd be a little bit more contact on this section with the player. But yeah, what I'm trying to do is kind of finish this up, and then the fingerboard, and perhaps that will be it. And then we will kind of move on to some other ones. I have all sorts of quick and easy jobs, actually, which are kind of nice. So maybe we'll get into a bunch of those. Just some really quick part replacements. I call it chasing gremlins, because doing electronics is, especially when someone uses the word intermittent, is really, really tough. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you're having difficulties with something, whether that be you're getting ground noise, you're getting weird buzzes, you're not really too sure where it comes or where it's coming from, is troubleshooting. Troubleshooting is probably one of the most, I don't want to say difficult, but I'm going to say overlooked things. A lot of people may not be able to kind of comprehend or what is the next plan, which is fine, which is like, again, that's what I'm here for. But for example, if you're getting some ground noise on one of your cables or one of your signal chains, the first thing that you'd want to do is take everything out of the signal chain. So just plug your guitar, if it's an amp, turn your amp on. And are you getting a buzz? No. Okay, then plug the cable in. Are you getting a buzz? No. Okay, and then plug the guitar into the cable, into the amp. Are you getting a buzz? No. Okay, so now what else are you using? I'm using a whole bunch of pedals. Okay, now you plug your pedal board in. Now the buzz is there. So now that's telling you that you've isolated something onto your pedal board. So anyway, it's things like that where you start going, and then when you do all that work and you figure it out that there is an issue inside of your guitar, and then you use the word intermittent and you give it to somebody, and that's where things start to sometimes get a little tricky, because you have to figure out where that noise is coming from. But that's exactly where I go with the guitar, is I'll plug it in and I'll start playing it, and I'll see where that issue is coming from. Sometimes you can see it in the sense of a bad solder connection on the pod or tone or whatever is happening, but often it's a matter of just trying to find it. Anyway, that's what the Gremlins references to. So we got a couple of those. Actually, I'm going to pull the other section of binding. Oh no, I already did. I got to clean this. That's what I'm doing. So yeah, this is a continuation of the binding repair from yesterday. We glued it all down. Now I'm just pulling up all the tape, cleaning it up. And I think actually we got it all, which is really nice. I didn't know if we were going to have to do any sort of finish work on top of that. We're not taking care of any of these lacquer pits and valleys I'm not really too sure the story on this guitar, but as it is, we are, just going to make sure that the binding is reseated. There was a huge section on either side, actually. It was from about in the middle bout, and it was loose all the way up to the top. So we've reseated it, and there's a little bit on the top piece that we've fixed. And that will hopefully resolve this issue. I ended up having actually to trim quite a bit of the, there's laminate pieces. There's a bunch of stacks to get together to make this binding. It's a very common Martin thing, actually. When I kind of pulled it out of there, there was a huge piece, and I think that actually was causing some of the problem. I'm not really too sure how that would have fit even from the factory. So in any case, I trimmed that back, and now we got actually really nice kind of final product there. So, but the things, I don't know if you can see this on the camera, but no, not really. But like the lacquer is yellow, or like the binding is yellow, and then all of a sudden it starts to kind of go into little chips of white. But it's too white because the guitar is quite old, like it's from the 70s. So the binding still would not be stark white, especially the condition that this guitar is in. So I'm not really too sure. Like I'm fairly confident that there's been some sort of, I'm gonna have to say, poor attempt of refinishing this, but which just make things a little dicey, especially with the glue up. Thankfully, we didn't actually pull much finish. We did pull a couple little edges, but it's nothing that we did a lot of extra damage to. So, but if you are following along on YouTube or Twitch, welcome. This is just kind of me working and you having a seat at the bench. Feel free to like the stream and comment on things that you would like to see or change. I'm kind of doing this, I mean, I'm here working. I just thought it would be kind of fun to throw some cameras up. So if you've got any suggestions, I am all ears. But I think that's actually good as far as this goes. I'm not getting... And again, I always try and look the other way when I'm feeling things, but yeah, there's a really ugly section of missing pieces of lacquer there, so that's what that is. But this is back on. This binding, I am happy with that. That is a done deal. And this back thing I think is also lacquer. Yep, it is. So I can feel that. A little bit here, I think we got some glue there, so I'll come back to that in a sec. Yeah, I think that's good. We got a little bit still more over here. And then just kind of pull off the little pieces of the glue. It's just a tight bond. It's just a regular wood glue, so it does flake off actually really well. A little bit of water cleans up really nicely with this, so that's all I'm doing. And there it is. That's all gone now. Perfect. It's kind of weird only doing half of a job. I'm being subcontracted to do the binding, and then we also have this fingerboard crack, which you might be able to see. You can see the glue now. So all I've done, especially on these last two frets, I did take a razor blade, just kind of scrape the fret just a little bit. And that just gave me just a little bit of the rosewood. And what I did is I actually used my knife and filled the pocket, like the crack. These two are the only ones that I could actually fit something into. The other ones were quite small. It's not that large of a crack, but the wood just goes in there and kind of just helps it fill it. I'm not trying to fill it all up with glue. So now what I'm going to do, this has had time to cure, is I'm just going to actually scrape this glue off and see what it looks like underneath there. I think I might have to do that process again, but we'll see in just a minute here. So we'll come back and clean up the fingerboard after all of this, but all I'm doing is just using a razor blade. I'm not using any guides because I don't want to notch this in any way. So I am kind of taking off a little bit of material. I mean, it's very, very minor, but I'm kind of just taking this all off in one piece because I don't want to change the shape of the fingerboard at all. And see if we achieved our goal. Not quite. The scraping might be a little ASMR, but in a negative sense, that is. It's certainly better, but we will have to do is just do that again. So what I'll do is I'll just scrape this off real quick. So that's the first fret done, and I'll see if I can get this on camera just so you can see where it is. I'll do that in just a minute. And you want to do just a little bit. I'm using a very thin viscosity super glue, so it's just enough that allows it to kind of just wick its way down into the crack. And again, on these bigger ones, I did put some wood dust in there, just a little bit of the. I did exactly this process, and it gave me just a little bit of the rosewood from the fingerboard. And then I took my knife and put it into the crack, and then I just used super glue on top of that. And that is the process on how you fix a cracked neck or fingerboard. Of course, there's maybe more severe things that have happened to the board that you'll need to do a bit of a different fix, but that's kind of what the job is. And then, of course, being able to fix what it is that you're doing after that. That's where some people get lost too. Actually, I've got 2 guitars in right now that someone attempted as like kind of like a hobby. They attempted to try and repair the guitar, which is great. I fully endorse that. It's the best way to learn. But then it got to a point where they are not really too sure what happened, and they can't get to the finish line. So they've brought it to me to finish up and kind of walk through. But that's another reason why I'm doing these live streams, is just to have a camera kind of set up. I've got a couple of them. And this is just, like I said, it's me as I'm working in the shop, but it's also hopefully a little bit of a encouragement on, you know, you being able to do your own guitar repair. I'm not saying that everyone's going to want to fix a crack in their fingerboard. And quite frankly, if you don't feel comfortable doing that, bring it to your local guitar tech, wherever it is that you are. There will be some sort of crazy person that fixes guitars near you, but yeah, that's one of those things where, you know, confidence obviously is a huge issue, or is a huge thing of doing guitar repair, but you're not really going to learn to get any better if you don't try. So you don't learn from success, so I've been told. So that's one of those things that you can kind of try it and see what happens, and if it goes sideways, that's okay. I'm sure there's someone around that can help you in whatever it is that you're trying to do. So what I'm going to do with this is I just actually use a toothpick, and the toothpick, when I put a little bit of dab of glue in, and like I said, I don't know, actually I'll show you, see if I can show you this. It won't be so shiny now that I've been scraping it, but yeah, it's really tough to actually see where the crack is. I think you can actually see this one. Not really, but you can see just a little bit of a shiny line there, maybe, right there. And that is just the amount of crack that we're seeing on the fingerboard. And it goes, it's only about 5 frets. The first 2 are gone. The crack is completely gone. So I'm just going to do that process again. I can't get any wood in there now. It's closed up enough. So all I'm going to do is just throw a little bit of the glue on top. And I'm using a toothpick just to kind of smear it in there and kind of help me fill in that gap. And that will give me everything that I think I need with this. And again, with this, especially with this glue, I very seldomly am I actually squeezing the bottle. I kind of just let the gravity take its course, and then you might be able to see. I got to move pretty quick here, but you might be able to see just a little dab. That's all it is. It's just a little dab of glue. I'm taking my toothpick and kind of just working it back and forth. And you will see it wick into that crack too. It's a very satisfying thing, actually, when you use the thinner glue. But it has a very quick cure time, so you want to keep moving. And I always kind of move back and forth. So if the crack's doing this, I'm moving the glue this way, and then I move it this way, and then I move it this way, and then I go this way. And that's just trying to fill in kind of every angle of it, if you will. And when you kind of get to the end, I mean, obviously you shouldn't be able to see the crack anymore, which I don't, at least in these two. Actually, I see it a little bit on the end here, but then the other thing is that it'll start to pool on top, and that's just because there's no more air to be able to suck that into the crack. So it's pooling on the top of both of these frets, which is telling me that that should be full now. That the crack the reservoir is full. Might be a better way of describing that. Okay, so there's those two, and then let's do the other two. And then it's the same thing here. just back and forth on an angle one way, on an angle the other way. And a little bit of a kind of a tip to make the glue cleanup a little bit easier is make it as straight as possible, make it as flat as possible. If you have this big hump sitting in the middle, it's going to take you a little bit longer to clean that up. So if you try and kind of work it, even if you go a little bit further outside of your repair area, it'll just make the cleanup a little bit easier. So I'm still catching the edge of this one. This is the biggest one here, obviously. I'm not really seeing it, so. All right. I'll just hit it with a little bit of accelerator. And the stuff that I use for guitar repair almost exclusively is all glue boost. So it actually is designed to be on lacquer and on finish. The blemishing, I have a couple videos on YouTube and I often get comments on people telling me that you can't use super glue on a guitar and you can't use accelerator on a guitar because they'll do this and that, which is true. Especially if you're using like a lower quality one you find kind of at your local hardware store. That is very true. So you definitely want to be careful of the products. But yeah, I use Glue Boost on everything, and it comes in all sorts of different varieties. This is their fill-in finish. It's thin, but the fill-in finish is designed to actually be on lacquer. So it works really, really well. And it comes in a bunch of different viscosities, so thicknesses, and then there's also different colors too. So there's a black one, and they actually just introduced a white one, which I'm very excited. I have it on order, and that is going to kind of help with binding repairs. So one of the giants in our repair industry is kind of showing that. Doug Proper is showing how to use that correctly. So yeah, I'm excited to kind of do that. And that would come in place on some of these sections. Like we've got a little bit of a crack. This glue should be dry enough that I can move this, but you might be able to see the crack on the 5th fret marker here. So there's a little crack that goes through the hole. No, you can't quite. I gotta figure out this camera a little bit. This is just a webcam, so it's not the best quality. But anyway, there's a little crack that's going through the binding, and that's where this glue would come in play. So you just put it in there, it'll cover up that crack, and then you can finish it in. Doing any sort of binding work, like actual replacement or sanding or anything like that, is very costly, very time consuming, and yeah, having something that's just a really quick and easy kind of fix is fine by me. So I'm just gonna let that sit for a minute. We'll come back to it because we're gonna have to scrape the fingerboard again to get those cracks out, and then we're also gonna have to bend in the other piece of binding. But that, for the most part, actually is everything that we're doing on that guitar. The rest of the job is going back to the other tech. We've been subcontracted on that one, so that makes it nice, kind of a quick and easy thing to do. And then we will jump into the next thing. What's the next thing that we're going to do? I know what we'll do. Actually, I should scrape my bench off first. So here is a very pretty Reverend hollow body bass. This is actually a really cool thing. This is giving me real good Rickenbacker vibes, but it's not a Rickenbacker, which is even better. So yeah, this one is cool, and this one is a really quick and easy job. We're not even touching the guitar. All it is putting in an armrest. This is kind of what I was just saying. If you're not fully comfortable doing your own types of repairs, then you give it to somebody that that you can trust, and in this case, that's me. So here is what we're doing on this one. So this is going to be kind of banjo-esque. So we're going to be doing an armrest on this one. And this is just screw 2 holes into the guitar and it's installed. But he isn't fully comfortable in doing that on his own, and that's totally cool. Do we have 2 of those, or do we just have 1 of those? We have 2 of those, okay. So what this is going to be is it's just going to chill right on the end here. This nice, cool little decorative armrest. I'm not 100% sure if this came with the guitar or not. It does match the contour, so I'm going to say that it does. In fact, I can see a little bit of an outline here from like the sharp metal edge where we might be maybe we're trying that. It's kind of a cool, it's very, very minor. It's not like a banjo where it comes over, a mandolin where it comes over a good chunk of the body. It's a very minor amount. So the first thing I always do on anything that I'm drilling a hole into is just kind of seeing what it is that I'm working with. Feels like I'm working with a pretty big slab of wood here, actually. So I'll just get out my inspection mirror and just kind of take a quick peek at it. Yeah, it is just a big slab of wood, so that's nice. And all that really means is that I'm not worried about drilling into it. If it was your typical kind of acoustic guitar side, it's very thin. So if you don't do that straight, then it's, or if you do it on an angle or something like that, it's just not going to be very sturdy. And then as soon as you touch it, it's just going to rip a hole in the side of your guitar. And that might not be what is requested here, so I'm going to try and not do that. But yeah, that's feeling really solid. So that's cool. And that goes the whole way through. Okay, perfect. And that's just one of those things where, you know, that's what I expected. I expected it to be fully secured and stuff there, but it takes me 10 seconds to confirm that and to double check it rather than kind of hoping for the best and then all of a sudden it something happened. I'm just going to take the strap off for a second just so it doesn't get in my way. We'll probably end up doing it like this. If I'm playing it, I'm going to be right about, it's going to be on this backside. It's going to be kind of over here. So actually, this doesn't fit the contour. Like even remotely closely. I'm looking at the underside here. I don't know if you can see that difference of angle. So if I'm holding this in position here, that's not an easy thing to show. But yeah, the angle does not match on this at all. I need to open this up a little bit. And I wonder if this actually came... Because yeah, at no point does that match the angle of the... I'm just kind of holding it in my fingers. I'm not scraping along the guitar top. Right in here is the closest it fits. So even if we kind of roughly put that in place, that's exactly where I would be kind of resting. It probably needs to come back here a little bit, actually. For us installing this. But I think I have to hammer that out. I wonder if I can show it this way. Because I'm kind of thinking of this out loud. See, it doesn't look so bad that way. But up top here, like, I can get one lip. I can get one of these feet. I can get one of these feet to line up, but I can't get both of them to be sitting on the side in any kind of orientation that I put it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to move this, to be honest. There's not much flex in that. I'm just trying to see if I can get any sort of movement on it. Because then what I'd probably do is just take a mallet. Actually, one of my neighbors actually works with metal. He's got all sorts of tools. Maybe I will put this aside and let him just open that up a little bit. Because I'm not getting anything on there, and all I have... Yikes, yeah. There's no other way that it lines up anywhere. Because the screw, obviously, it's a pretty straightforward design. The screw comes in, goes in this little pocket. And then, you know, obviously you have the movement this way, which is fine. But at no point do those screws come in. I mean, I guess that would make up the difference, but that's a lot of tension to be sitting on this little screw. Mind you, it is in a solid piece of wood. It's in a very solid piece of wood. So this is always the fun stuff, is when you're trying to kind of create a solution, and that's the funny thing, you know, some people think, oh, guitar repair, it's the same thing on every single guitar you pull out of the case. That's not it at all. And even this, I'm like, oh, sure, 2 screws, an armrest? Yeah, no problem. Take me 5 minutes. Might take me a little bit longer than that. There is a fairly decent size of screw on this too, so. I think I still want this to sit flush on the body. That's just the right thing to do. Because if you're screwing in the sides and then I'm going to be driving these corners into the body, I don't want to be doing that, because that's going to drive into the finish, and then that's going to split out the finish. I'm going to have to get that shaped a bit. I wonder if this came with the guitar. Like, there's no angle. It looks like it fits on there, no problem, perfectly, but it's not even close. That's really funny. I'm like, oh, I'll do a real quick job. But yeah, there's nothing that's actually resting on the guitar here. Even if I were to put felts on the inside, that's still going to be a lot of metal sitting on the finish. And then even if I'm putting the screws in, which means they're going in on the guitar on an angle, that's still not going to be secure. All right. I'm going to put that one aside and think about that one. I got more I can do. And this one wasn't even on the list anyway. This is an electronics gremlin. We will put that one there. Okay. We'll let that sit for another minute. Which one is this? That one is that. Okay. All right, so here is another, believe it or not, Reverend bass. It's a very nice one. And this one is one that we are changing the jack, or we're having issues with the jack. So I always give these a quick little test just to see if I can reproduce that. Not that I don't trust or anything like that, it's just one of those things. Yeah, we are getting a little bit of a loose end here. Really exciting, riveting guitar repair on this one. But I think we're just going to flip out this jack. Just give him a new one. I said I got all sorts of really fun and quick, easy ones. Hopefully this thing is nothing like the armrest where I thought that was going to be quick and easy. Actually, I might... No, I have to go this way. Let's see if I can do this left-handed, I'll call it. This definitely is not the way I would normally do this. My soldering iron's on the other side of the bench here, so... But then you can't see. Soldering. Now, that is one of the fun things that I see a lot of. And actually, I was just mentioning that there was a guitar that someone tried to do their own repairs and kind of got lost. One of them is a rewire. And then the other one is, I think it was a volume pot replacement. And had the same issue there. So I have a lot of, normally I don't get those types of repairs. Often I have when, actually you can't see it in this shot, but behind me I have kind of guitars that are sitting, waiting for me to get back to them. And I normally do a lot of like cracks, breaks. I got a couple neck resets that are, and that's what I was saying. You might be able to see them in the bench behind me, but in these bays, where am I? In these bays right here. Anyway, yeah, I got a couple neck resets. Those are the types of jobs I get a lot of. So it's really nice actually when I get a whole kind of heap. I've got a handful of these actually. These and setups, getting ready to do, getting ready to go on tour. Actually, all these guitars are, so. And that's one of my least favorite things, when there isn't enough, like the jack is on the outside here, but the wiring to get to the jack is probably just that long. And of course, in order to get to that, I have to take this off. Just give it a, I mean, I'm replacing it anyway, so if I break the cable, it's not the end of the world. That is actually a pure tone. Interesting. Well, let's take a look in here. I laugh because these are all like, yep, super quick and easy, no problem, sounds good. And then it's just, oh, in order to take the jack, I have to take the pickguard off. But in order to take the pickguard off, I have to take the neck off because it's underneath the neck. But to take the neck off, I have to take all the strings off. And anyway, then all of a sudden your really super quick, easy job turns into not that. Yeah, that neck rest, or the armrest, is really weird on that one. What I might also do too is actually just jump on their website, just take a look and see if there is something that's sitting in there. But like, it doesn't match the angle, and that's not the right. Just screwing it in there. I mean, sure, it'll be held up on the guitar, but that's going to create more issues down the line because it's like arched right into the sides of the finish. And I'm not okay with that. Is that actually what's going to happen here? Can we get this over, or am I actually correct? It was totally accurate. In order to take this off, I have to take, oh no, just a little bit of, there we go, okay. Okay, that is some tight wiring. What's going to our jack here? This line. There we go. It was all caught up inside there. It was all twisted around itself. Well, thankfully that wasn't too much of a big deal. Yeah, now at this step, that's quite easy. Let's heat up my gun. I don't know if it's going to actually reach all the way over here. Is it going to reach all the way over here? Oh, yeah, nice. That way you can actually see that. But yeah, as I started to say a minute ago, soldering is one of those things where I've seen all sorts of things. You don't need a whole roll of solder on the back of pots. More often than not, I would say like 90% of the issues that I see is that your gun is just not hot enough. You being proverbial, is just not hot enough. And so what happens is that you just keep adding more solder to try and get it to attach to the guitar, which is fine, especially on the back of volume pots. That's a big one. And, and I used to do that myself too. I will totally stand and say that I did that as well, but I used to scrape it with sandpaper, sand it to like get rid of that finish, because you can't solder to that, which actually is totally inaccurate. Just get a hotter gun. So if you have a pro gun, and I just have one that I can like change the frequency, it's just a Weller, it's just a standard soldering iron. I mean, it's a little bit more than your kind of local hardware store one. You definitely don't want to be using, and I've seen that mistake as well, is people using the handheld ones. So it's got the, I don't even know what it is, but you basically can just hold the hand, and then it's got the two rods that come out. But there's a magnetic pole that comes on those that actually can throw your pickups off. I've seen that. someone who was using one of those live, and a show that I was teching at, and they were using that one, and then all of a sudden the guitar was dead. And it's because they flipped the polarity of the pickups using the soldering iron. So anyway, using something that has the just like a nice thing that you can just change the volume setting or the temperature rating on, allows you to get your soldering iron hot enough that when you're putting it onto the back of the pot, doesn't take very long, but you just kind of hold it there and then throw a little bit of solder in, and you'll get this nice little clean point on the back of your pot, and then you don't have anything to worry about. So like this one actually looks great. And that as far as the ends, actually, now that I'm looking at this, I think this might have even been me. I've done this guitar a handful of times. Oh yeah, this is a Serious Peril. Yeah, this is the mod that I've done on this one. So yeah, these ones are okay. That one actually is not the nicest looking thing, but actually that might have been the pot that was in there. But in any case, yeah, you get a really nice hot iron. It heats up the metal, and then you hold the lead on there, put a little bit of solder in there, and now you have this really nice clean little ball. And that's what you're looking for. You don't need this huge amount of solder. And again, when I first started soldering, that's what I did as well. It's just not as much as I could, but just, you wanted to look at this big mountain of solder, then I knew it was secure. It doesn't have to be that at all. In fact, a lot of times those joints can go cold, and all that really means is that it loses its connectivity. And so now you've lost that connection. So it's basically like your two cable ends are doing this, and they're not really seeing each other. So that's a very common and easy thing to fix up on that. It happens a lot on volume knobs. People that take the lead of a volume knob, and maybe this doesn't make sense to everybody, but if you have a volume pot and you've got the 3 lugs on underneath, that's quite shiny, sorry. But you have the 3 lugs underneath, and taking the one to ground it, and you bend it all the way back, but it doesn't reach. So you just throw all this solder on top of that to kind of bridge the gap. And it's not the cleanest thing to be doing by any means, and it can actually cause some issues as far as, again, just the connectivity, and all of a sudden your volume pot doesn't ground out. And I have another one behind me, which is probably the next one I'm going to pull out, which I think that might be the case. They did some replacements on their own, and they're not really too sure if it's going to work or not. So we'll see. Now, somewhere I should have damn parts. I think. I'm not too sure where they went, actually. Found it. It's amazing when you have organized drawers. It's not just the abyss of parts. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is, sorry, I am open for business, so I do have clients contacting me here. That's okay. Yeah, so this should just pop right in. In fact, we're even replacing the same jack, which makes it a little bit easier. These are really cool. These are pure tone jacks, and over time we'll start to kind of learn things together, part of this building community. But this is kind of your standard jack that we're looking at, and it's quite reflective. I wonder if I have something to darken that. Can I do it even on this? Is that better? Yeah. So this is your very standard jack, and we have just our 2 leads, so you got a hot and a positive. But what happens is that there's just the main contact point in behind, and that's this little mechanism here, and the cable will rest on that. And often what happens if that gets bent out of place or something along those lines, you've just lost all connection, and it's a really easy fix. Take it all apart, bend it back, but it's just kind of a pain in the butt. Whereas these pure tones, they've got all sorts of little teeth and feet on them now. In fact, the whole thing is probably going to be glaring because there's just so many angles on this. But you can see that there's a lot more reinforcement sitting on that. And it's the same mechanism. You still only have the 2 leads as far as connection goes. But now you've got 4 contact points holding that jack in place. So it's very difficult to not only bend one of those leads out of place, but also to have a scratchy volume pot, which is what this one's doing. And if you have that, just flip it over and you'll be good to go. They're a little bit more by like $2. Like they're not a huge expense, but it's amazing how much of a difference these little jacks work. And that's just one of those things where spending an extra, you know, again, $1 or $2 doesn't make any difference to me as far as installing it. It's the same thing. The same amount of contact points and everything. Yeah, those pure tone jacks actually work really well. I've installed quite a few of them, and it's amazing to see just how much of a difference. It also feels secure. It's a really nice feeling when you're putting it in the guitar. I'm just getting my sponge for my soldering iron just to clean it off. That's the other thing with the soldering iron, is you want to tin the tip. I'll show you that in just a second. And that's really the main source of carrying the heat from the gun to whatever it is that you're soldering. And that's another really common error that I see. I'm not claiming to be a soldering expert, but I've been doing it long enough that I know. It's actually funny. Every once in a while, someone comes to the shop and they're an engineer or whatever. Like, oh, actually, you should try it like this, and they show me some like crazy scientific way, and soldering was one of them. That I had a guy who came in and he was. Anyway, whatever. But it was cool to actually get someone who was so fascinated about heat properties, and he was telling me about how it all works and stuff, and I was like, cool. I mean, I guess that's good for someone to know. So yeah, so tinning the tip, you just kind of get it a little bit damp. It's not a puddle of water that you're dropping it in. It's just a little bit to kind of clean it up. This one doesn't do too bad because I do it before I put it away as well. But when you're tinning it, all we're really doing is we're just throwing a little bit of solder on the end of this. And all that's going to do is allow us to just be able to transfer the heat. And it's just on the tip, and then I'll go and clean it. I've actually got two. There's a little like wet sponge that I have, and I'm just kind of wiping it on the top. But there's one in the gun for my soldering iron, and then I also have a steel wool pad that works really well. And also, don't inhale the solder fumes. My soldering extractor actually broke not too long ago, so I've got another one on order, but it's just a little vacuum that sucks up the fumes, which is nicer than actually smelling that. But yeah, this is just the pad here, so it's nothing too crazy. It is basically just like an SOS pad, like a dishes kind of pad. It's obviously for soldering, but you just put it in there and it cleans the tip. Now you have a really nice, sharp, clean, heat transferring clip. And in this case, I'm going to just see, often if it's a really messy job, I'll actually just cut the wire and just start new. But this one actually doesn't look too bad, then I'll just see if I can save it. And I'll do that, yeah. And I'll do, can I do this? Are you going to cooperate? Not quite. Okay. We'll go to the octopus. And having little tools like this is definitely the biggest thing with soldering. I'm sure you've seen these, but these little gadgets, I haven't actually given this dude a name, but it works really well because then it just turns into this little helping hand. Rather than holding the solder, holding the gun, holding the part, holding the wires together, you can just kind of use something like this. It'll do everything for you. So yeah, all I'm going to do is connect this correctly. Heat up the end, and then it should just pop right off. Yeah, these are cold solder joints, so actually I can also see that the cable is not playing well here. It's corroded coming out of this. Yeah. Okay, so we're going like this. So what I'm going to do is just cut it and get fresh water. And then you just have a really nice clean end. I'm not fighting with anything. Actually, I might just pull that out. yeah, just stripping the end here. Auto strippers are really nice. It's amazing how much like a little tool like that just changes your whole experience. So now what I'll do is I'll actually tin the jack. And then that will just... And all I'm going to do is heat up the jack, or sorry, is heat up the lead. It needs to be tight. I don't know if you can, yeah, sorry it's not fully zoomed in here, but I'm just holding it onto the lead here. Give it a quick sec, and then I hit it with solder on the backside. And then you hold it there for another second, and then it will just kind of all of a sudden just spread. It's actually quite nice. And that's just telling you that it's making, there we go. And that's just telling you that it's connected, and then in order to put the wire in, all we have to do is heat up the jack, put in the little cable lead, and we should be good to go. So in theory, this was good. Hey there, how are you? I am live on Twitch and on YouTube. Thank you for being here. Thank you for following along. And this is just me working in shop. I'm trying to see how this series is going to go, and if you have any suggestions or anything, please feel free to let me know. This is just kind of the guitar, the next guitar that I pull out of the case, and I'm sitting here working anyway, so I might as well stream and do all that. So, and it's funny, I mean, there's a lot of resources obviously with the internet and all that kind of stuff, but when I was learning how to do this, and to be honest, I haven't been doing this as I touch a hot jack. I have not been doing this for decades or years or anything like that. I've actually been, sorry, I take that back. I've been doing it for a while. Officially, I don't know exactly how long I've been doing it. And anyway, I mean, the only way you're going to learn a lot of this stuff is just by kind of jumping into it. I was very fortunate, and one day I'll get into my full story. I haven't really gone down that rabbit hole yet. But one of the things is just having the experience of just jumping onto guitar after guitar after guitar after guitar, and taking some of those junkers. I know a lot of guys that have taken a lot of junkers from YouTube from like Marketplace, like on Facebook or Craigslist or whatever your kind of local trader is. And where I was just going with that though is like when I was learning that, there wasn't really a lot of, there's a lot of StuMac videos and so forth of, here's how we use our tool on this product, which is great, but that doesn't necessarily show me how to do whatever, how to do a nut replacement, how to do a jack replacement, how to do anything like that. And the live stream, I don't have like the crazy zoom in angles and stuff, but YouTube does have all of my bigger videos as far as getting into that. I'm really starting to get into the content. I'm really enjoying that. Just kind of like a training thing. And that's really what this is, and so to speak. This is kind of like a let's hang out and chat guitars and repairs and whatever else you want to talk about. That's cool. Yeah, it's just kind of like a one-stop. We'll do some like tutorials. I'm going to start going through like a full walkthrough on how I set up, Les Pauls and Floyd Roses and all that kind of stuff. It's funny, I tried TikTok. To be honest, I'm not a guy who uses TikTok. But I tried doing I don't know, what do you call them? A talk? Are they actually called TikToks? But I did a video on there on how to tune a Floyd Rose. And I didn't do it as a joke, but I kind of just did it as like, well, let's see the informal thing. And the video just popped. I couldn't believe on how many people have looked at that. And those ones are still my biggest ones. And I have some shorts on YouTube that are the same thing. Those are probably my highest performing videos, is little things like that. And it just kind of got me to thinking, like, yeah, I guess there isn't. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of videos around, but it's it's the how-to stuff, like the really beginner or even the advanced stuff. If you are a player yourself and you don't know how to do, a jack replacement, not that it's terribly expensive for most techs to be doing this job, but it's also kind of satisfying to be able to do this on your own. And if maybe not at a gig, but if you're at home and you have a problem with your guitar and you want to do a kind of a quick little fix to it, that's kind of what this is all about. So yeah, I appreciate everyone being here and checking out the streams and stuff. Like I said, this is kind of something I just want to try and pop off with and see kind of what happens, and we can all hang out and whatever, have a good time. So I'm just quickly switching over this jack. Super exciting, riveting content, I know, but it's one of those things that we have to do. So. And then we'll go back to the Martin. So I have a Martin. It's a mid-70s Martin that's just sitting in here. I actually did a stream yesterday on gluing up the binding. Go figure, a Martin guitar that has some loose binding. Yeah, I've kind of gone back in strips, and I just actually took the tape off from the glue up yesterday, and now I'm just fixing up a crack on the fingerboard, and then actually that should be about all I need to do on that one. That one is a subcontracted job where the other tech is going to actually take the setup and do all that stuff, but the structure stuff he doesn't do. So and then yeah, sorry about this particular angle. I know you can't really see what it is that I'm doing here. Okay, that one's not working very well. Rather than touching the hot wire with my hands. And there we go. Jack replaced. Exciting stuff. And yeah, this will then all go back in. And at the moment, I don't need the soldering iron, so I will turn this off. And just make sure to tin it real quick before I do. Yeah. It's actually the same camera. It's the same view. Or are you meaning on your end you can zoom in on that? Yeah, okay, cool. That's good to know. I didn't know you could even do that. How many jacks have you replaced in your days? Yeah, that's the funny thing. For the live streams, I just have for the live streams, I just have a couple cameras. Like this is my content camera. So like when I'm doing like long form video, I will take this out of this position and move it around. But then I've got a couple webcams set up, and that's I did have one for my face cam, but this one's much nicer. And then yeah, I have the ability of kind of just switching around. So it's one of those things where it's like if this was, you know, an area that you're looking to get into, it just makes it so much easier. I literally, it's all set up. I just hit go live, and I don't have to move cameras and lights, and even all my lights in the shop too are all static. Fun game of Jenga. Sometimes this is easier said than done. Yeah, I've had quite a few conversations with Ian about that actually. I guess there's different parts on how you go about it and do it, which is to be totally fair. Not everyone wants to do it, and obviously there's a part of it where you're kind of talking to yourself, but I mean, that's the nice thing about the Luth group in general. So, and that whole thing, that's kind of where I was referring to. Like when we, you know, I remember the beginning of that 2020 when Grace called me in and was all of a sudden just like, "Hey, you should come check this out." I was like, "Okay." So I've been a member since I'll call it day one. I don't know exactly when it all started, but you know, sitting down there and doing all the live streams. And of course, there's been so many technical difficulties going over that throughout the span. But the live stream stuff is interesting because it's like, I personally, I don't know if this is a common thing, but I get asked personally very often when I'm doing people's guitars. They're like, "Hey, can I like watch or come sit in the shop and watch you do it?" And it's like, no. But this is kind of like, you know, sure, come on in. Makes it a little bit easier in that regard. But and the other thing is for me too, like I'm just kind of getting back on the wagon of the live streams. I did this a couple of years ago, tried doing it, and I'm trying to go a little bit more steady right now, like daily and seeing where everything is, seeing where people are, seeing what it is. I mean, I don't understand Twitch at all, but I'm trying it on Twitch and then just seeing what's going on as far as times and so forth. Because more often than not, I'm actually working after everyone because I'm West Coast. So I'm working, you know, with the Luth along after everyone's already left for the night. So yeah, I've done those as well. I'm sorry, you're not wearing your gloves? The thing I'm just digging about everything though is just like the communities. The community seems to be on here. I've had some actually really awesome conversations with people on these streams, and a lot of them was just like the power of music and this and that, right? Like it wasn't even about, "Hey, how are you fixing this guitar?" It's just like, yeah, music got me through this part of my life or whatever, and it's just it's a totally different vibe for sure. A little bit more real time engagement. So my favorite with that kind of stuff is like cracks, like especially with a broken like a headstock. Because the first thing the first thing that we do is, yeah, let me just see, and they're or like a side crack or something like that, and you try and like realign it like in real time right in front of them. Those are always my favorite. But I do pre-warn. I do say, "Hey, this is you're not going to like this." But Yeah. It is indeed a good group. And I mean, you know, I'm as far as my regime, I'm definitely on the younger side of I've been actually doing it for a while now. I should actually really think about that. I haven't, but I just mean like I haven't been doing this for, well, as long as you, and other, you know, really respected technicians. So it's really cool to be able to, and that's kind of where I'm coming from with this, is it's like just sharing knowledge, right? Like if you want to come check it out and here's how I do this kind of thing. It's not saying it is the way, it's just, it's another way. I think we just need more of that kind of mentality, you know? That's my 10 cents, but. Knowledge is nothing if no one can receive it, right? Like it's great that you knew all that, but what does that do? And actually, the other comment that I get, and actually I've received this in the group as well, is just like, you know, with content and stuff and doing all these videos, it's like, okay, so you're sharing how you do these jobs, then you're like giving your work away, and it's like, well, sure, like I understand that, like I understand that mentality, but I'm really not. I'm just kind of like sharing what it is that I'm doing, and to be honest, kind of going in what you're talking about, like, you know, you're showing someone that you're working on their guitar, but it's also like, hey, here's me working on a guitar, like, you know, I'm not some hack that you're not knowing or whatever. So it's kind of a, I feel, and actually I've had quite a few people reach out to me and hey, I saw you on this stream or I saw you on this video or whatever, and for sure, 100%. And having the ability of having the experience is making your way through and trying to figure out how to actually go around that repair and that job. But yeah, I've actually had people, you know, like, oh wow, you know, I didn't know that was even a job you could repair. Like not me personally, but just in general. And I saw how you did this, and you know, it's like the Ted Woodford conversations where he constantly gets asked about fixing other people's guitars and everyone mailing it to him because they're all watching him. They're watching him do that repair. They know exactly what it is that he's going to do to their guitar, which is, I totally understand that. But yeah, it's cool. It's I think this social media internet stuff might stick around. As long as you're having fun with it, then you know what? Go for it. Do your thing. That's my thought on that. Okay, that goes in there. Actually, you might get a kick out of this one here too. Let me just pull this one up. I'm not too sure what year this is, but this is one of like the craziest looking Martins I have. Like, there's a lot of weird finish cracks and stuff that are in here that, you know, you think, oh, it's a cool lacquer crack, but this is like, it seems like a poly finish, and like the checker that's happening on the neck on this, I'm not really too sure. I'm not having to fix any of this. It's more so just like a curiosity because it's getting all of this like chip out here on the edges. And I'm not really too sure, but it's like a weird thing. And even looking it up, like they're saying there's a period of time with Martin where they were using other alternatives to poly, but they don't actually officially come out and say anything about it. But I'm not really too sure what it is. They don't care. It's like an heirloom thing. This is what Dad or Grandpa, I can't remember who it was, someone's guitar that is now moving its way down the line. They want it to stay the way it is, but I just thought it was really interesting to look at because I don't think I've ever seen a guitar come in quite such large, like it's really, really large pivots in the finish. So, anyway. But What am I doing on this one? What do I have left? Oh yeah, binding. Yeah, it is a late 70s. And it looks like it has some stories from the 70s. But it's weird. Like it seems like in some sections it looks like it should, and then there's other sections where it's like the neck doesn't match the rest of the body. Just this way that the finish and stuff is chipping off of it. So I can't remember exactly what it is, 76 or something like that. But anyway, it's not too crazy. This one actually would have been a good one to try the new binding glue. I've had a couple little nicks in here, but I was actually managed to. It was loose, believe it or not. I had a Martin with loose binding, but the whole back section was coming off. So that's what I just cleaned off earlier, and now it's all back together. But I've actually got another one that has all 4 bouts. I don't understand that, but it keeps me busy, that's for sure. Yeah, everything's nice and secure on that, so that's nothing I have to worry about. Coolio. What else are we waiting on here? I'm actually not too sure what else I'm going to pull out. What else can I pull out in time? Not too sure, actually. Just checking in. How's my guitar doing? Yeah, it's doing great. It's doing great. I really don't know what else to pull out. I got it split here pretty quick. I don't think I'm going to be able to get into anything here, but yeah, thanks for chilling out. I appreciate that. Take care. Checking out 3 things at the same time. Yeah, and that's kind of the fun thing, is trying to figure out what is next in list, and I don't have any squeaky wheels, which is nice. That's always a tricky thing when you're doing this type of work, is multitasking and trying to find which one you want to work on next and who's going to be the next one, and sometimes it's a matter of trying to figure out, which one's the closest to being done or the easiest or the quickest, and it's funny because sometimes it just totally turns on you. You don't really know what is going to be the next one, but yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll finish doing the fingerboard on this one, and then I think that's the end. I think that'll be the end of this. So all I'm doing here is scraping off this glue. So this is what we just kind of put in here, and this is just filling in the crack. very common for a lower humidity guitar to split and run on a I think that's done the trick here. I don't think we're going to have to do that again. Just being able to run through the Oh yeah, nice. So that will be the end of this one. So we're just going to scrape this glue off, and it's really easy to see the glue. I don't know if it's necessarily translating on the camera or not. Obviously you can see this kind of like circle on the outside. I'm just working on this last fret here, but you can see what happens is that it becomes shiny. Obviously these ones I haven't touched yet, so they're quite shiny, and that's a really easy way of seeing when you, obviously you can feel it, but when you're kind of looking at that type of stuff, if you're just running around, going back and forth, you'll actually be able to see when you have got that whole area to be completely level. So and once we get there, and this one will be all done. So the other trick, especially when you're using a razor blade on the fingerboard, is to keep it straight. We don't want to be going on these weird angles and stuff. Just keeping it straight will kind of allow for the least amount of visibility that you've been scraping the fingerboard, if that makes any sense. We are going to come back still and, you know, wax the fingerboard just to make it as clean as possible. But I just don't want to be adding anything to it. But yeah, crack is gone. At least this is a little bit more exciting than watching a jack replacement. I don't want to be changing the character, so I'm kind of just changing my approach on how I'm scraping it rather than... I really want to go this way, but it's going to be incredibly noticeable on the fingerboard. So you just have to kind of have patience and keep scraping, otherwise it's going to be very, very visible. We're almost there. I just have a little bit of a lip on this end here that I can feel, so. There we go. And there's the first fret down. So there's no crack going through that anymore. So we have successfully done that, and there's also no evident of like an oval or a circle, which often you'll see in this type of repair. So that one's all done, which is nice. Just kind of scraping all this glue off, and then once it's once all the shiny bits are off of the fret, you know all the glue is done, and then the fingerboard crack has been filled. Yeah, and these can, it's kind of the same thing where these repairs can be, it's, I don't know if easy is the word I would use, but it's pretty straightforward. I've done this I don't know how many times. But it is pretty overwhelming if you haven't done this before. It can seem like a pretty daunting job. Actually, what I will do for these edges, I can see I got a little bit of a buildup. I'm actually going to pull out just a small chisel. And run that along these fret edges. And I'll just pull up the extra little bit of glue. I'm not going to be able to get the razor blade in there. So we'll just kind of cut it on either end. The other thing that you can use as well for glue cleanup, especially if you get some like on a fret, like if you're doing this type of stuff and you get a little bit on a fret, acetone is the thing that you would use to clean up the super glue. But I also don't really want to do that because that's what's filling in the crack. So if I use too much of that, it is just going to kind of go into the crack and loosen all of the glue. So it's kind of the counterintuitive for the repair that I just did. But it is also good knowledge to know, so you can come back and clean it up, put it onto a toothpick or, sorry, a Q-tip, and that will allow you to kind of be precise with it rather than just pouring a whole bunch on top of the guitar. There's one section done. We'll just do it on the other side here. I don't know if we have any, maybe a little bit. I was gonna say, I don't know if we can have it. I don't know if you can really fully see what it is that I'm doing here, but I'm just kind of just running it along the frets. Just a little lip of glue that I'm trying to pick up, peel. Actually, I might come back with a Q-tip because it's not a lot. I got the bigger pieces. That one had a little bit too much glue in it. So I'll clean this one up, and then I think I might come back with just a Q-tip. is the last fret. Yeah, last fret to do here. And I'm just scraping my way through the entire fret. I just don't want any sort of like extra marks or nicks in the fingerboard. I want that to stay. I'm not trying to change. I'm not scraping enough off that I have to really be worried about it, but I don't want to be changing the contour of the radius of the neck. I have just a little bit more to do here. That might be it. That might do it. Okay, now I'll grab a Q-tip and clean up the fret edges, and then that should be that. So I just got some acetone here. Never, ever, 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 ever pour your acetone over top of the guitar. I used to work at a music store and I used to see that all the time, unfortunately. And yes, it eats through finish very, very quickly. General practice to not have anything over your guitar. I don't have anything like in my shop. I don't have tools and stuff that I'm constantly reaching over. There's nothing. I've got like a screwdriver, but it's on the bottom here. I don't have anything sitting above the guitars. I'm not a clumsy person, but it's just that one time, you know. That one time something could happen, and then all of a sudden the guitar that was supposed to take me 5 minutes is now going to take me 2 weeks because I have to do some finish work. Yeah, so what I was kind of talking about on why I don't really like to do this as a cleanup is exactly what's happening. I have a little bit of the crack showing again because the acetone's breaking down the glue that was in there. But we'll scrape it and it should level itself out. All I'm doing is just using a little bit of acetone against the fret edge, and that's just taking off the pooling of the super glue. And then from there, we'll come back and scrape, and hopefully that's the end of that. Also, the acetone makes it soft, so you might be able to come in and actually grab, like just like that, and grab a little piece and pull it out. I'm just kind of getting it underneath it. Scraping it in. Having fun scraping all the glue off these frets. come back on it this way, do this one. That's the nice thing about having the nice big open space to do this type of stuff too. I see people doing repairs on, like, you know, their couch or their legs and stuff, which is fine for the most part, but there will become a time where you can't actually do any sort of repair. Because you have no mobility around your guitar. There we go. Cool. So yeah, that's all the glue out of there now, and that will allow us to have this all cleaned up. That's the fingerboard crack, I think, resolved. And we'll just dump out the dust. Sorry if that was intense. That probably was intense, actually. Yeah, we'll just throw a little bit of oil on it for the time being, and then I'll come back and clean it up. This is just putting the moisture back, and I'll do the whole board in a minute. This is just putting a little bit of moisture in this section, and I'll kind of see how it finishes all up, and then I'll come in and clean the whole board up. So the back part of this had a pretty good crack. It was about 6 or 7 frets long. And it's just from low humidity that you'll just get this crack that runs down the side. And so all I did is I filled that up, and it allowed the difference. But I mean, already you can see the difference between, well, you can't actually quite there, but I'll show you in just a sec. You can see the difference between like an oiled fingerboard and a very dry fingerboard. And that's what happens. When things get dry, then they'll just run and split, you know, temperature changes and stuff, which is totally normal. But taking care of your guitar goes a long way. I've actually seen people like put like in like a Tupperware container, like a sponge, and they poke a bunch of holes in there, which is kind of like a DIY humidifier, which works. They're not really terribly expensive to go buy one, but that's essentially what all it is. It's just adding some moisture to your case or wherever it is that you're putting it, and that's preventing any sort of runs and splits, which is what we're fixing here. Now I'm just kind of rubbing it off. Trying to see how it finishes, because if it I can see a little bit of a highlight of it, but I'm also looking for it. It's not open anymore. It was quite open. These 2 frets, I could actually fit my entire knife in there. I scraped off some of the wood, and then we filled it with rosewood, and then used some super glue on top of that, and then I've just been kind of building it up, filling the cavity. And now we have just a little bit left, and I think, to be honest, I think we might have to do that one last time. No, it's together. You can just see it, that's all. Yeah, it's not open. So, try scraping again. Yeah, thanks for following along. If you are new to the channel, which I'm sure everybody is, this is just a kind of a series of, as I'm working, I got my cameras on and ask away and kind of hang out. It's funny, I've had all sorts of different conversations. I've been doing this continuously for probably about a week now, and we'll see how long I'm going to be going this hard. I don't plan on going every single day or every second day. because it kind of gets boring, I guess, for people to watch over a period of time. But in any case, it's interesting how, like, just something as trivial, or rather, I think is trivial, is cool to somebody else. But someone else was a car mechanic and said the same thing. I was like, yeah, actually, that's pretty cool. I don't really have a whole lot of knowledge when it comes to cars, but I would probably watch that and just kind of see the inner workings. I still would have absolutely no idea what I'm doing, but it's the theory and it's the concept of that, and that's all I need sometimes. But yeah, I'm live streaming to YouTube and Twitch. If you're on YouTube, feel free to like the stream. On Twitch, you can follow along. And we'll just kind of see how far this goes, and we can kind of do it all together. There's a lot more long form content on YouTube, and it will be coming quite a bit more regularly. I have quite a few videos actually in the editing stage. I've shot them, I just need to put them all together, and unfortunately there's only so much of me and too little time to do it all, so that's kind of what happens there, but I promise, it's coming. The other problem for this, as well as me just even doing, like guitar work and editing and stuff, is I'm a perfectionist. And I don't like to admit it often. Not that it's a bad thing, but like I will try. My wife gives me heck for it all the time because I'll always go over and above for, just a simple thing, but I have to think through all of the possibilities just so that I make sure I have everything prepared. But see, at the same time, I do a lot of like live teching, so I do Guitar Tech Live and then also just production and stuff. And I always kind of like think about this would be the worst thing that would happen at this gig, and then I plan for that. And it's funny because it's like, is that like a negative sense of thinking, or am I just being overly prepared for that job? Like, I'm going in, everything's already going to be on stage. I just have to show up with my guitar and I'm playing a show. But you're like, well, what happens if the amp blows up? I should bring an amp or whatever. Like something along those lines. And like maybe they don't have a cable for their music to go into the mixer. And it's funny because there was a couple shows I've showed up to that they didn't have any power cables for everything. And I actually had them in my car. And it's just one of those things where like, I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I don't know if that's perfectionist. I don't really know where that lands. But so that's one of those things where sometimes the editing process, and I have to kind of get over that hump. But I also appreciate the amount of effort that I put into a video, and then I send it out and I go, yeah, I'm happy with that. So unfortunately, there's not quite as much as I was hoping for on the channel. But like I said, there's a lot more coming. So feel free to follow along and check them out. And this one is now together. We have cleaned that right up, so that's nice. So that one will allow us to, we'll just kind of quickly buff the neck. And this is going back. This is a subcontracted job, so I'm not finishing the whole guitar. It's all going to go to somebody else. So I'm just doing the cracked fingerboard, which is now complete, and all the binding, which is now complete. And then it's going to go back to its current home. It's not its ending home, so. All I'll do is, actually I gotta change the wheel. I don't have that wheel on. And so for these, when it comes to waxing, I do this when I'm doing like fretboard, or like because I'll scrape the fretboard when I'm doing refrets. More often than not, I do that. So I actually have this little buffing wheel that I use. My drill. Ooh, that does not feel good. Yikes. Uh-oh. Oh. That might be the end of that drill. Holy, that is not good. I don't know if you can hear that grinding, but that's the gears of my drill. I think it just went on me. Yikes. Cool. All right. Well, we're just gonna wax this, and then looks like I got to go shopping, which is always fun. All right, so here with a little bit of just use paste wax. I don't. Actually, what I'll do is I will do the rest. I will oil the rest of this fingerboard, just so that I don't have to worry about that. In your face, paper towel can. One thing I like to do as well is I like to do the bridge when I'm using oil. You can already see the difference, even from, like, you can just see the shininess off of it. And when you clean it all up, you just know that it's not going to be something that's going to be moving around from you. Come back with a towel and kind of clean it all up. Yeah, this guitar's been played. It's got divots for all the finger. That's not like grime or anything. That's just the I think that's fingernails, like just fingernails as you're playing that starts to make its way through. And also, in typical acoustic guitar fashion, it doesn't go on past about the 5th fret, so. So yeah, we'll kind of just wrap this one up. So I'm just going to do this real quick. We'll wipe off the bridge, wax it, and this guitar is a GG. As I say, it's a great guitar. So with the paste wax, it's just a little bit. You don't need to go crazy with it. And I just put a little bit on some paper towel. And just kind of dab, a couple on. Don't go crazy with it. Close it so it doesn't dry out on me. And that right there is the reason why my bench gets so dirty, or messy, is because I just take it off and put it behind me and I'll get to it, and then I never do. So there you go, soft little cloth on there. And I come back with my cloth and wipe that all off. Oh, not a water side though. There's a little bit of water there. And then now we got a complete fingerboard. There you go. Crack is all gone. Sweet. Yeah, that's a done guitar now. So the only thing that kind of sucks is these pins. I'm gonna go ahead and say are no longer acceptable. Let me grab a new one and show you the difference. Come on. So the color's different, but mainly the angle. They're not supposed to do this. So what's happening is it's just kind of coming back and getting a really weird playback on there. So, and now that's that kickback that's happening on it. So I'm just going to go ahead and replace all those. And I don't know the rest of the guitar. I'm sure that these strings are going to be replaced. I would certainly hope that these strings are going to be replaced, but I'm just going to put the guitar back in the condition that it was sent to me, and then hope that that's what's going to happen. I mean, at the end of the day, to be honest, it doesn't really affect me. It's not my... Well, I shouldn't say that. I was just going to say, it doesn't bother me because it's not my client, which is kind of true, but also, like, that's the thing, right? Like, now maybe that guy comes to me, and he's the client, or sorry, the tech who's hired me is a good friend of mine. I've known him for a very long time. It's not a malicious thing by any means, but there might be a thing where now his client wants to come to me next time, kind of thing, right? So it's always a funny thing to think about, and bashing other local techs. And I don't care actually what industry you're in. If you're a mechanic, if you're a baker, there's probably a good inkling for you to want to say some bad things about somebody, and maybe perhaps it's not a malicious thing. I mean, I don't really think there's any other way of looking at that, but perhaps you're trying to get a higher edge or something on that. And in my opinion, I don't think you're winning by that. Maybe that's just me. I don't know, but I don't think you're getting any further ahead by knocking somebody down a couple pegs. So I like to even when someone starts going off, oh, I took my guitar to so and that person did this and that. It's like, okay. I mean, I'm sorry you had that experience, but you're here now, and I won't do that to you, kind of thing, right? So, but yeah, it's just one of those things, and that's kind of where I was going with that. So it's like, even though he's not my client, as far as like who he brought the guitar to, the other tech is a good friend of mine, and maybe down the line his client wants to come to me. So I will put in the extra effort and kind of putting it back to a playing stance, and then go from there. Rather than kind of, well, it's not my problem. That's not what you called me for. But to each their own. I think for me, that's one of my favorite things. Oh no, it is the favorite thing for me. Working on my own, do my own thing in my own shop, is that I'm the boss. So I can make those types of calls. I'm a people first kind of guy. I don't like to. Obviously, you need guidelines and this and that, but I'm not a big fan of standing there and throwing the book at somebody because they didn't do something that, you know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? So, yeah, fingerboard cracks is gone. The binding is all done. That's good. This is a nice one to get out. I think this might have to be the last thing that I do here. What are we doing? Oh, 2.5 hours. Yeah, so it's not. We're going live for a little bit here, so. I think this might have to be the last one here. Just throw these in, last peg. Oh, and I see my face cam on. I'll fix that in just a sec here. Not too sure what happened there. There we go. That was weird. It just needed a refresh. Cool. Okay, so there is all of that. And now that one is done. And actually, the last thing that I have... Oh yeah, I was going to take a look at that. It's not going to go anywhere. Is that the only section that does that? Yeah. What I'm going to do is, because it's going to sound really, really annoying, but I will show you, is that I'm going to just mute my mic just because it's going to be really loud. But I'm going to turn on my heat gun, and all I'm going to do is just do a little bit, and I'm going to take my scalpel or my whatever, my palette knife, and I'm just actually going to press down onto the kind of edge, and all that's going to do is just that tiny little lip that's sticking up a little bit, like you can kind of hear it. It's just enough that it's annoying, and so with a little bit of heat, it will kind of just make it kind of pliable, and then I will press it flat, and then it should just level itself out. So that's what you're going to see, but I'm just going to mute my mic just so that you don't have to listen to that, but I'll put this in a position that you can actually see. And that's what you're going to watch. And I'll try and mime the whole... No. So I'll try and mime the whole repair. But okay. Okay, so all I did there is I just had the gun on low, and you just always, always, always keep it moving. I don't care what it is that you're doing with the heat gun on a guitar, just keep it moving. If you hold it in one spot, you're gonna burn, you're gonna have all sorts of issues. So yeah, I just did a little bit, and it doesn't take very long for the binding to kind of just become malleable. And I just needed a little bit. I don't need to like reshape it or anything. I don't obviously want to pull it off the guitar. I just did just a little bit, kind of back and forth 3 or 4 times, and then I held it away from the guitar. I don't know if you saw that, but I had it going, and that's just blowing the heat behind me, so it's not still on the guitar. But then also, I didn't want to like have to fumble with it and turn the heat off. Anyway, got it warm, put it behind me, and then I just used this and I pressed down on my thumb, and I was just going over the seam, because what I'm feeling is just where the binding meets the body. But now it's all gone. So that's a really easy way of kind of fixing if you have just the slightest amount of hump, and you don't want to get into like any sort of finish work. That will do the trick. And now this guitar is all done. For what we are doing with it, that is everything. I am going to throw the old weird broken tuning pegs in with this guitar, just because, like I said, this is going to a client. I don't know what the end result is. It's going back to the. It's a family heirloom thing, and I'll just include them, even though these things look like they have got a bit of a story to tell. Because I mean, I don't even understand how that would happen, and all 6 of them too. I've seen it, on one, but. All 6 of them are pretty crazy bent. So that's that. Binding complete, fingerboard crack complete, and now the guitar goes back to the original tech, and then he can finish the rest of the job. So the subcontracting jobs are always fun because you only have a small part of it to do. But so we'll throw that back in the case, and that will be that. So I will just kind of flip this back in the case, and I think what I'll do, just kind of finish. I think I got, maybe I got time for do one more. I think I might just do a quick little setup. So we got a Sur in here that is, it's actually a really nice one. And we will throw some new strings on that one. Oh, actually no, because I'm waiting for a part on that one. I don't have that. We're doing some electronic mods on that one. I have to take a look. I don't know if I have anything that I can mod right now. I'll take a look. Or anything that I can do real quick. Okay, so this one is going into a case which I don't have out, so let me grab the case first. I mean, even the case is all old and beat up, so it's a really good barometer on what the guitar condition is going to be. It's funny, I find myself doing that all the time. If I hear any sort of note, I just harmonize to it. When I'm shaving, when I'm brushing my teeth. Well, I don't use an electric toothbrush anymore, but anyway. Just funny when I always find myself doing that. And I always get called out when I do it as well. And then I clean up just a little bit, because if I get in the habit, then I'll do it. This is new for me. I don't normally do this. I don't normally clean up after every job, but man, I gotta tell you, I'm really liking coming back to a clean bench when I start another job. So there's that. Yeah, don't need any of my finished stuff because that's all done. But welcome into the into the chat, into the stream. I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitch. Feel free to follow along. Give it a like if you're enjoying it. And yeah, the whole object on this is just kind of have my cameras going while I'm working, and we can kind of talk about it or whatever, talk about the job or other things, and you're just kind of hanging out in shop. It's funny how often I get requested to do this. And I just never really have the means, and I'm normally working weird hours and all this kind of stuff. So anyway, thought this would be kind of a fun thing to try out for a little bit and see if people are digging it. Yeah. Okay. And actually, I think I'm just gonna run and go grab some water. I'll be right back. And then I think I'll work on the last guitar. What is it that I want to do for the last guitar here? I know what we'll do. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I'll pull out a guitar in just a moment. I'm just gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. I got lost apparently. All right, Hendrix setup. This one. Yep. So these are always really cool guitars. I don't know why. I really dig the Hendrix model. We'll jump into this one in just a second. I'm just going to get this case out of the way because it's just in for a setup, but part of the setups is a fret cleaning, and I use my back area here, so I'll just clean that so I can get to it momentarily. Welcome to the stream. If you are here, we are on YouTube, we are on Twitch. Thanks for being here and following along. We are going to jump right into this one. And I'll kind of just walk you through a setup that I'm doing on this. So this is, this is a Fender, this is the Hendrix kind of model, so it has the reversed headstock and stuff, which is kind of cool. Makes it a little confusing the first couple times you pick it up and play, but in any case, so the first thing that I always do on these guitars is I actually measure where they're going to be, and also I just got to jump into my my software here. There it is. And what I like to do is actually record what's happening with it. So when it's coming in, I always follow it and give it a quick play, regardless of what the notes are, because you don't know how to fix it if you don't know what the problem is, right? So I kind of give it a quick little plug in here. Wow, those are some strings. Okay, so everything sounds okay. So I always do those things. I will always just check all the positions, check the electronics. Obviously, it's a lot easier to do that. Strats in particular is because we have to take all the strings off to take the pickguard off. So if we had an issue, that would suck to have to figure that all out after we finish fixing the guitar. After we finished putting new strings on and setting it up and stuff. So yeah, the first thing I always do is just give it a quick play, just kind of get an idea for feel, and then I measure everything, write it in my software, and then we kind of just go right into it. So this one's getting some different specs of what it is anyway, but I like to measure the action. So in this case, it's actually 4/64, which is neat. What a neat thing to know. We are in E standard. And also I will measure the string gauge. These actually look like fairly new strings. So I'm gonna guess that these are 11s. Because that's what I'm doing on the rest of these. Yeah. 11 to 52. Yeah, you can feel that. That's a fair amount of tension that you're getting on that guitar, that's for sure. These might have actually the beefier strings on it. Yeah, they do. They got 52s on them. So actually, we're changing these too. 10 to 52. We're going 11 to 49. Let me just double check that. Just going through my messages here. Yeah, okay, perfect. This is the reason why I enter all this stuff in my software. I used to do, actually not really, but I kind of started to do it by paper for the very beginning days, and that was a really bad idea. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's not true. It's just in the sense of like having the ability to write it all down and stuff is really nice. In the software, I'm just meaning like I used to do like a post-it note, kind of stuck it to it or on the inside of the case, and it was. I have a software that I sign it in, and when we do intake, and just makes it quite a bit easier to do all that, to be honest. Okay, so the first couple things that we do is, the first thing I do is pick it up, play it, get a feel for it, measure everything. So we did all that. And the other thing that I'll look for, especially on a Strat, and this one we don't have to worry about that, but I would always look for the truss rod as well. So if we are going to put the same gauge strings on it, or if we're going to change it, if you need to adjust it accordingly, the guitar is under pitch, and if it's one of those things where I have to take the neck off to get to it, so it's got a vintage truss rod, that's a good thing to note when you get at this point. So when you're taking a look at it, so those are the kind of the things I always look at. If I have to do any sort of electronics replacement, I need to take the strings off, and sometimes I actually have to take the neck off, or at least loosen it so I can get the pickguard out. So that's generally a good thing to just do before you get into that work. And then the same thing with the truss rod. If it's something that you have to adjust on the end, if you know that going in, so I'll say, oh, it needs a quarter of a turn or whatever when I get all the strings off, then that will be kind of the good way to go. Also, we are feeling fret edges everywhere. This entire neck is popping out. So we will quickly file those down. That's actually really easy to do, but we'll do that when we get to the fret job. And that is that. So I'm not really too worried about the trem and the position and the location because we are changing string gauge and also the action. I did the other ones. There's one that we're kind of mimicking it all off of, so we brought one in that he really liked, and he wants everything to match that, which is fine. So I measure the specs on that, and then I set all the other guitars up to it. So that's why I said, I don't know if someone says, oh, just make it lower, make it higher. Well, I don't know what it came in at. That's kind of a rookie mistake. So it's the reason why I measure it and give it a good feel every time it comes in. I do that on every single guitar, no matter what it is that I'm doing to the repair. Even if I'm not taking the strings off, I will still do that. And that might be part of my perfectionist, but that just that amount of knowledge, having that is good to know. So, forgot to actually, as I'm looking at my software, I forgot to even record this. I think I said, did I say 9 or did I say 10? So that would be the skinny top, heavy bottoms, I believe, is what that one is. Those measurements. Okay, so day out is day out still. I'll go back to my chayouts. There we go. That way I can see all my people. Yeah, so just cutting these string ends off, we'll pull this out, and then I go on the bench behind me. I'll flip the camera just so you can see the wider shot. I don't have a camera actually in over there. That might be something I do, because I do a fair amount of work over there. This is always my least favorite thing. When it comes to strats, I don't know why, but this bothers me so much. Because the holes just never line up, you know? Like, you can just never get it. When you're pushing the string ends through it, that just never seems to go. And this then will take us to the string removal step. I always find the positions of these springs comical. There's always all sorts of variables when people are doing that. So sometimes if these string ends or the ball ends get stuck in this, you can just use the thin Allen key and just kind of pop it through, and it will catch that ball, and you just pushes it right out. Because pretty much all of them are actually stuck in there. And now, just like that, they'll come out. Would you look at that? That's so cool. Oh man, I missed one. Dang. Dang. Okay, so I will skip it and I'll change this to face, and that way you can see kind of behind me a little bit, kind of, sort of. But, oh, I don't even have this backlight on. That's why it's so dark over here. Ready? You ready? Oh, what a difference that makes. So I'm just going to take a fret file real quick and just run it along, just kind of catch those edges while I'm sitting here doing fret work anyway. I'm just kind of knocking off that, just a little bit of the tang sticking through the neck here. And I'm just holding the, I'm just holding it against the neck here. I'm not adding like any strength. I'm not pushing into it or anything. It's just kind of running along the edge. Sounds a lot more aggressive than it really is. Might have to pull out my smaller file for just that one. There's a couple little edges that I'm feeling there. Same thing on this side. Yeah, it's actually catching a fair amount here. Okay, so that took off the majority of that, and now I'm going to come back with just a little fret file and clean up these edges. So it's just this little guy, and it's rounded on the one edge, so it can just come in and kind of do the corners of the crowns and stuff. Actually, I can do this one over here, and then I'll flip back to that when I go back over and do the... I don't like to do anything that creates a big mess. Fretwork especially, because fretwork gets stuck in the mats, and then all of a sudden you've got fret dust and fret bits for every next guitar. This is not a... I'm not really removing any material here, so I'm not going to get anything kind of stuck in the mat. So I can just kind of do this. So all I'm doing is I'm just catching the little edge. The main file that I was using going up and down takes off the bulk of the meat. And now I'm just kind of coming in and kind of rubbing my finger around the edges and seeing if I can feel any of these. And it's generally just a little kiss up. And really all I'm doing is if I'm touching the edge of the fret, I'm just rolling this in. So I'm twisting my hand in this sense and on either end. And all that's doing is kind of rounding off the edges. And because what you feel when you're running your hand off, you will feel the fret tang. So that's the piece on the bottom of the fret sticking out of the neck. Obviously this is dramatic, but as you're playing, you'll catch your finger on the back part of this, but the crown is just a little bit, and now all of a sudden you have just this little piece that's sticking out, and that can get really annoying and can hurt. It can also cut you if it's really bad and sharp. So anyway, so kind of grabbing that and just rounding it over is generally a good good little way to go. And then I kind of just do like a scooping kind of motion, and that's to kind of follow the contour of the neck. The neck is obviously rolling into the back, so I kind of do those things. I go back, remember, kind of in each direction. This one I can actually feel a big tang here, so I'm just kind of rolling into the center of the fret on the edges, and there you go. And then I do another one, and then I just run my finger back and forth, up and down, and see if I can feel it. And yeah, as mentioned before, this is really just a thing that comes with experience. This isn't necessarily something that someone can just pick up and do correctly the first time. You have to do this quite a few times before it starts to feel good, that's for sure. And I just kind of work my way up the neck. It doesn't take terribly long to actually do that. And once you've kind of got into the section, I go fret by fret and just kind of feel it. It's probably not bad practice to just do it anyway, just to do all the edges and roll it all off, but you don't necessarily have to. Forth, and this felt pretty good up here. Yes, this is all good. A little bit right here on this one. And there you go there. Yeah, that's all done. And then I'm going to flip the guitar. It just makes this much easier. And this will be, yeah, this is, honestly, this is probably the most time consuming part, is doing the fret work and the fret ends, and just kind of cleaning this all up. The rest of the setup goes pretty quick. I'm just thinking in the back of my mind what it is that I want to do for tomorrow. I am going to live stream again tomorrow. And again, if you are just kind of popping in, welcome. Thanks for being here. I am live on YouTube and on Twitch. And it's one of those things where just kind of have some cameras on while I'm working. So it's a cool place to hang out. And I don't know if it's necessarily the thing that you'd want to just come and listen to and watch silently. I'm also just kind of talking to myself and kind of talking my way through the procedure. I kind of think about myself. Sounds a little modest, but I'm just meaning, like, I think about myself when I kind of started doing this type of work. Whether it's you actually want to start repairing guitars, or even if you want to be able to do kind of your own thing. I mean, there are videos out there. There's a lot more now than there were. That's for sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting thing. Like, you have to be able to kind of decipher your way through and find someone that you want to. I guess that's the same thing with anything. If you're looking to take guitar lessons online, or whatever, drums or voice or whatever it is that you're doing, learning a new sport, building a hobby car or like a model car, or learning horticulture. One of my clients was telling me that he's learning how to do, I can't even remember what he called it, but it's like the economy of dirt, and how it, like, how you can get different grades of dirt. Is that botany? And you can how they all have different values and oxygen levels and what grows best in what areas. And I was like, wow, that's very, I mean, obviously that makes sense. There's an expert at everything, right? But that would be really interesting to watch something like that for a little bit. But anyway, my point is, it's like I don't understand. I don't know if that is something that's enjoyable. If people want to watch that, people don't want to watch that. In the sense of me, obviously. If you want me to be kind of talking my way through, then that's cool. I do plan on doing. I don't have. It's funny. I think about it because I'm constantly answering comments and stuff, and I've only done like maybe 3 videos on YouTube. I've done a couple shorts. And I've done some longer format I've got a whole bunch of long form content that I got to edit, but it's funny because it's like I look at all that stuff and like, wow, I don't actually really have a whole heck of a lot of videos out. But those are going to be like actual setups. I'm going to do a whole series, and I'm not trying to take anything away from anyone that's already done those videos, and you perhaps already have seen that video, or perhaps you already have your own style. It's more so just for like me, the way that I do setups for those things. And also the other big one, at least in my mind, is if someone is starting to kind of follow the page and kind of follow along, it's just a one-stop shop. You just gotta have everything in there. So the live streams are me just kind of like walking my way through it. And then I'll do the long form stuff that's kind of like a complete repair. Right now I'm working on a couple neck resets that I'm filming as I go. I've got and then editing, I've got like a bazooki, and anyway, there's all sorts of stuff in here, and so it's kind of like, well, that's an interesting repair. I'll do my walkthrough step on that, finish repair, and so forth, and then I'll do a training series, and I mean that training series is going to be huge, and that's, again, not trying to take anything away from anyone or say that anything that anyone else has done is wrong. That's actually the really cool thing about this particular industry is there's many different ways to go about something and your belief in this, the way you set up a guitar, for example. Not everyone's going to do like the bigger jobs, broken headstocks and stuff. So even if you take it back a step and go to the setups, everyone has a different like fall point. If you get 2 guitars from multiple techs, I betcha you can feel the difference. It might not be huge, and not every player might be able to feel the difference, but I'm sure someone can go, oh yeah, that action's higher, or you radiused your saddles and you didn't, or whatever. Like, you'll feel something. So my belief is just like, hey, here's how I do it. So there we go. No more sharp edges. It's generally ideal. Okay, I'm gonna now flip you back to the other camera, and I'm just gonna do a quick polish of the frets, and we'll be good to go. I'll kind of talk my way through as I do that as well. Only reason why is because I don't, controversial is not even the right word, but there are a lot of people that, or there are people that would say you never ever ever use steel wool on a guitar, and I would agree with that if proper protection is not done. So right now I'm just throwing some tape over a pickup. I'm going to grab another piece for the middle pickup, and I'm not going crazy. I'm not blowing the steel wool everywhere, but what happens is that those little things can get stuck in the pickups, and they can actually like wreck the pickups. So definitely take care so that you're not going to do any damage, but it's not something that you have to be freaking out about in the sense of it's going to break it or not work anymore or anything like that. And then all I do is I have this little guide that is basically just, and I put some green tape on it just to make it a little bit wider. Of course, now Music Nomad has actually made this. Oh, sorry, I forgot we're not on that camera. Music Nomad has actually made their own little product that actually has a little handle on it, which is kind of the same thing. But yeah, it's just a fret guard. The fret goes in between this, and then as I have the fret in here, then I just grab some steel wool, run over the top, and all that's really doing is removing the corrosion and any sort of things stuck on the frets. But you have to make sure that you're protecting your pickups, otherwise you're going to run into some issues there. And this is a really quick step. I mean, obviously it depends on the guitar, but most of the time you're just kind of quickly running it through. You're not doing anything too over the top. Okay, so there is all of that, and then I use a paintbrush that it's dry, but I only use this for fretwork. I even label it as fretwork, so there's no chance of me taking these little guys and putting them over another guitar. And then at the end of the day, I sweep up the shop and clean all this stuff up. And then I got this little wheel on a Dremel, and that's kind of my main polishing thing. Just use some metal compound, and I'm most of the time very happy with the results from that. So actually, I'm gonna. And there is that. So that is just the fret polish done there. We'll wipe this off with a cloth, and then it'll be all neat and shiny. Nice and clean. Smooth frets. It's always ideal. So now it's not something that we have to worry about. It's not going to be a sharp, scratchy guitar. Nice clean frets on here. It's ready for the next step. Next, we'll take some lemon oil and we'll do. I'm just kidding. You don't do lemon oil on a maple neck. So we will just kind of move on to that. But like, look at. Oh, yeah. I guess it helps if you can see what's going on. Like, look at the shine off that neck. I mean, come on. Come on. Come on. Need sunglasses for that. The next thing that I do, like now it's ready for strings. We're already on the home stretch here, which is cool. So I will clean up this region on the guitar. I don't go really really much further than that. And the only reason why is because I'm about to like gonna have my hands on it and stuff as I'm setting it all up. So I'll clean this section and give it a little spray and a little wipe down, make it all neat and shiny. And then when I'm all done setting it up, then I'll give it the whole guitar a wipe down. Just do this part because it will be covered by strings at the end, so it makes it a little bit easier. And then I'll do the same thing over here on this end. Yeah, so you can see a nice shine coming off of that, which is good. It's not necessary, but I think it is. I think it goes a long way when you have a nice, clean, shiny guitar. It just looks neat. It just looks neat. Okay, so now we can go in, put these in place. And when I'm doing a Strat, I like to put actually all the strings in at once. Some people do one at a time, which is fine. But stop doing that, it's crazy. No, I like to do all of them at the same time just because I don't know. Does it make any difference? No. Not technically. Put that in. Put that in. Put these two in. So we're going to have to adjust the spring tension for sure, not only because we're changing the gauge of strings, but also now we're setting this up a little bit to get a little bit of float. So 4 springs all the way cranked in there is not is not going to help us get any sort of float. So it's just being requested for a half step, which is nice. So we don't have to. It's not a huge thing that you're doing. It's just a little bit, but. So then the next thing is that I will grab the string and make sure that you're pulling it straight up. You don't want to like kink it and grab your hand on it or anything like that. If you're doing any of this type of motion, then all of a sudden you're going to start warping it, twisting it, and then you're not going to get a very nice sounding string. So I just pull it up a handful of times, and all I'm trying to do is feel the ball end, and I want to make sure it's all the way seated up, all the way up underneath the bridge, and then we can put this in place. So these ones, obviously the vintage tuners, the concept, and it's funny how often I see people doing this maybe the other way, but they'll put it just kind of in the top and kind of hope for the best. Yeah, you can, maybe not with my hands there, but anyway, they put the string in the post at the top, but what you actually want to do is put it in the post. So I will cut this a couple back, somewhere around there, because we also need that break angle in here. And then you actually press the string end into the center of this. I'll bring it closer when I'm doing the bigger one. I should have done the low E first. But you want to press that in and then get the right angle on the post. And then it will play very nicely with you. If you don't do that, then it will, yeah, it just doesn't seat properly. You don't get the right string break over the nut, which is what we're looking to do, because that's actually how we're going to be making the guitar sound neat. And then when I get close to kind of full pitch, so I'm somewhere around here, I've got, I don't know, maybe 3 fingers, maybe 4 fingers, is then I'll kind of just go gentle. I'm not reefing on this thing. I don't do this crazy, but all I'm doing is I'm kind of pressing down in this motion. So I hold the string in my hands. Again, I'll show this on the, I should have started on the bigger string, but I do the same thing for every single string. But I just hold it in my hands, and then I'm just pressing in with my thumbs. And again, I'm keeping to the angle of the neck. I'm not doing anything sideways because I don't want any sort of twist. I'm not doing it enough that I'm giving it a twist in the first place, but I don't want to change that relationship. Because that's the one way, I mean, obviously fretwork is one thing. Like if you've got a bad fret, it will start buzzing. But if you've got a warped string, and as it's buzzing, when you hit it, the string is, you know, spinning in a circle, it will be continuously contacting the fret top, which is not something that I'm looking for. So pull up a handful of times, and then we'll grab this and cut it. I'm going about 3 or 4 pegs. This one's a little bit different because the headstock is reversed, so it's a little hard to kind of gauge that. It's not the end of the world if you have a little bit of extra string, especially on these ones because it's so close to the nut. And that's what the string tree will do if you've got that bar that sits on here, but that's also what this guy is. This is a string tree, and all that's doing is it's helping the string come over the nut at the correct angle. And if it's sitting too high, you're not going to get a really good sound, and inversely, if it's too low, it will start buzzing like crazy on you. Get that string out of my face, that would be ideal. So into the post, right angle, twist in place. And then when I get close to kind of almost full tension is when I come down the string. Again, I'm not going crazy with that. Into the post, right angle. Now that you can actually see a little bit better, I'll reposition the guitar here. My face is blocking it. Here, actually, let me just do this. There's a border there, but whatever. At least you can see. I grab it, pull it up a handful of times. Make sure it's seating in the top of this, or I guess the underside of this. Pull it across. Give yourself a little bit of slack. And then you're going into the sound hole. Or sorry, into the peg hole. And then winding. I'm going to get close to pitch, which is about here. Then we give it the little twist. And the last two strings. Yeah, the cool thing is that after this, it is all just kind of coming together, and now we just have some adjustments. That's why I really like, I was saying this earlier, but that's why I really like getting setups. I don't get as much setups. I mean, I do, I'm a traveling tech as well, so I do travel with bands. So my days generally are setting up the guitars, but from a day-to-day, like especially in the shop, that's not something that I get a whole heck of a lot of until tour season, which is exactly what we're dealing with. And this is a lot of prep of guitars going out on the road. I have another tour prep coming in next week, actually, or the week after. That's coming in with their coffin. So it's basically going to be rolling in their giant coffin with all of their guitars in it. And the other thing you always want to make sure too, especially on a reverse headstock, it can kind of get you from time to time, but is making sure that you have the strings wound the right way. They don't come this way, like the string end is on the top, because if it's on the bottom, it's going to be pushing out and off here, right? Like if the string was flipped the other way and you have this, because now they're also going to be resting on the other tuner, which you don't want. But that's a really easy one to kind of get lost on. I certainly did. I mean, that's the thing, right? You do one guitar, that's fine, but you do 5,000 guitars, you kind of start to pick up on those types of things. So, and there you go. So there's the guitar fully strung. And as far as the finish goes, now let's see if I can get this kind of in shot. Maybe not quite. But you can see that there's a slot in here. Let's look at this peg. I'll focus on this one. You can see that there's that string end that's coming right in off the end of this. And that's what's going into the post. Or sorry, into the tuner hole. Everything is reversed, so I'm really trying to figure it out. Hold on, sorry. Up, no, down. Anyway, you understand. So it's going through that hole, and then you've got about 3 or 4 winds. It doesn't have to be crazy. You do not need to put the entire string on the end of that, and it's also, you need more than one. So it's somewhere in that 2 to 4 range. It's gonna be more than enough. It'll give you enough winds that are on there. If sometimes you also need to do more of the string depending on how close your tuner is to the nut, because if you don't have that right break angle, then the string isn't just gonna, it's not gonna play well. It's not gonna sound good. Your intonation's gonna be out, and it's not gonna be doing what you want it to do. So it depends on where you are, but typically, and that's what I did a little bit more string winds on these two because of how close they are to the nut, because I want to make sure that that string is all the way down the post and giving a nice break angle over this nut. If it was kind of just glazing, it becomes a really loose and not a really well fitted good string. So there you go. Okay, so step number 1, measure everything. Step number 2, clean up as necessary. Step number 3, put new strings in. Step number 4 is now we're going to tune it up to pitch and then see what's happening. There we go. Hi. So yeah, we'll string this up to pitch, and then we see what the guitar is actually doing. So this should be pulling the neck up. It should be pulling the bridge up. It should be, actually it might not pull the bridge up just because of how much string tension we have in there underneath. But we will get this to pitch and see what it's going to do. Welcome along if you are just joining the chats. Me working on the bench, doing some guitar work. Streaming to both YouTube and Twitch, so you can take your preference. And yeah, it's just kind of the gamut as I work through it, and I'm actually kind of enjoying this, I gotta be honest, because it's sometimes a little lonely working in the shop. I work late hours or weird hours, so this is kind of cool to just kind of turn everything on and have people follow along. Perhaps you pick up something too, so then we all win, right? Okay, so I'm going to tune this to pitch and then see what's going to happen. Because we've changed the string gauge, it is going to pull the guitar. I'm fully expecting that we're going to be kind of weird and wonky. Whether that's the trem, whether that's the neck, whether that's... So the next thing that I do after I get the string up and it's at full tension is, obviously I'm taking a look at it, but the next thing I'm going to take a look at as far as kind of getting straight is the neck. And actually, we need just a tiniest amount of, actually, we're not even. That actually is looking pretty good. I think actually that's okay. That's looking pretty good. We have a little bit of a twist happening, so just ever so slightly in this lower region, so. Okay, so yeah, the next thing I would look at is the neck. Get the neck to the right angle, so straight or slightly curved or whatever your personal preference is. And then from there, the thing we want to do is get it to our action height. So we there's kind of two parts to that, especially on a floor trem, because we need to change the saddle height. But also now, this is right now it's hardtailed; it's not moving at all. We actually do want a little bit of float now. The client would like a little bit of float on this guitar, so we are going to have to loosen the springs, which will make this come up, which will make the saddle heights also change. So let's see how far off we are from our kind of optimal spec. So we're supposed to be at 4, so yeah, we are quite a bit higher already, which is not surprising. It is pulling the neck a little bit, but we'll see what happens because it's not that far out. So we will loosen the inside. And basically, there's kind of two things that are happening here. Because there's 4 springs in here, we'll give it a couple twists and see what happens. See if we can get the right amount of tension on here. But with the 4 of them, all we're going to do is actually loosen these first. We'll try this for a little bit. You don't want this to be all the way out of the guitar. But also we don't want this to be all the way in and you have 1 spring sitting in here. So it's kind of finding that it's just equal balance. You need, or equal tension. You need the right amount, the same amount of tension underneath as you do on top of the string pull. And as you do this, it's also going to change the tuning of your guitar. So we want a little bit, about a half step. So I'm going to do about half turn on either side here. And I am at full pitch on the guitar. And now we'll see where we're at on the guitar. Actually didn't drop that much. I was expecting it to drop a little bit more than that. I'm going to tune it up and then see where we're at. So it's not even close to floating. So we'll give it probably let's give it a turn and a half. Let's go a little aggressive. And then we'll tune that up, see where we're at. Wow. That didn't move at all. We have a little bit of sponge in there. I have a feeling that we're just going to end up pulling out one of these. You know what? Let's do that. Let's just pull out one of these springs. 4 is going to be too much, especially if you want some float in there. Of course, the angle's off on these. Here's one of my favorite tips for doing springs. This is one of my favorite tips in general. I love this one. So trying to get this at full tension, you may luck out. You may be able to kind of grab this with your fingers and actually get it, which in fact this one I probably can. Okay, so that one I did. Often you can't do that. So what you can do is grab a flathead screwdriver and of a narrow one, something that you don't have this big thick shaft on it. Like this one, it does not work because this is too big. But what you're going to do is put it through the eyelet of the spring, just like this. And then I'm going to put the end of this on the backside of the claw. And all I'm going to do is pull with the wrench or the screwdriver and pull it towards the guitar body. Press down on the back of the spring. I'm doing this left-handed, which is a little, let me go this way. So if you go just in behind the claw twist, it will go into place every single time. Regardless, well, so to speak. I was going to say regardless of how much tension you have up top, but that's not fully true. And that actually might be exactly what we needed. We have enough movement in here now. Let me actually grab the arm for this because we just bought a new arm for this. Whatever I did today, yeah. And we'll just test that. Make sure we're getting the right amount. It's he's looking for a quarter of movement. So like, I can probably tell you without even having to plug this in that this is going to be what they're looking at. But obviously that's up, not down. So I'll tune it up because it will now start to, and now it's going to start pulling on this trem differently. So I'll get this up to pitch. Yeah, we might have to move this a little bit now. So we have a whole note bend, which we don't want. So what I'm going to do, I don't want to lie it down because I got the arm in here. So all I'm going to do is now just twist the main adjusting screws, these screws, or I'm just going to twist them back in now. And so now it's going to be pulling that whole trim in underneath. And at this point, I'm not worrying about the action of the guitar. I'm worrying about the playability of the guitar, or rather the bending of the guitar, if that makes any sense. So I'm not worrying about how high the strings are off of the neck. I don't care about that at this moment. I'm caring about trying to get this trem right. So we have the neck angle right. We have the, now we're working on the trem to get the right amount of bend that we're looking for. So that's just the amount that this is lifting, as well as the amount of movement that is being requested. So now our strings are sharp. That makes sense because we're tightening that up. Not by a lot, but that's what's happening. That's like exactly where he wants that. It's not even at a full half step. Perfect, sounds great. Cool, so that's exactly what we're looking for on that. So I'm gonna take this arm off because we don't need this now. So now we have adjusted the neck angle. I'm gonna take another look at that now that it's fully at tension and just make sure that that's going in the right avenue. The trem is set correctly, so we have the right amount of movement happening on the trem that we're looking for. And then we will, once those two are confirmed, then we will look at the string action, so how high the strings are off of the neck. And then once that's set, then we'll do the intonation, and that's the nut to saddle difference, and that's just how the guitar stays in tune as you start moving your way up the neck. And then all of these things are, all of these things will be complete and together. Let's put that there for him. Don't need this one anymore. All right. And then that will hopefully have set and changed what it needs to do. So we'll tune this again. Yeah, the neck is looking pretty good. We do have a little bit of a twist happening here, but the backside is actually looking really good. So I'm not gonna worry about that because it's like just a little bit. It's not anything too dramatic. And then we are looking at string action, which is quite high. It's not going to be in here. So all I'm doing, let me get this into sort of kind of playable. I'm just tuning it up and finding, and then yeah, get it to the right tuning, and then I measure it. See where we're at. That's a little bit better suited. You can kind of measure everything off of that. It's not crazy out. It's a little high. How are we over on this side? Yeah. Just a hair. And then we tune it back up. Still feels a little high. Yeah, we did rise a little bit. I think we come back just a touch more, and that should be right on the money. Not doing anything, just like an eighth of a turn on these saddles, and that's just one of those things. I'm kind of focusing on a number because I'm comparing this setup to another guitar that he brought in. But at the end of the day, the number is just one part, at least for me. With one of my setups, I'm not a... Well, that's what spec's supposed to be. Here you go. I play every guitar before it leaves. And if it doesn't feel good, then it's not leaving. Sometimes that is easier said than done, but... All right, so we're in tune there. Wonder if it's our nut slot that's feeling a little high here. Let's take a look. We have changed string gauge, so that would kind of check out. And there's all sorts of different ways of doing this as well. I actually have the nut, I don't know, the nut thermometer. I don't know what it's called. It's basically just a gauge that measures the string gauge, but I'm not, I don't know. I don't really find myself digging it that much. So I like to use feeler gauges. And actually I found, I have the big tall set of feeler gauges that, that everyone's, but I use this smaller gate set. And it's really nice because it makes it a little bit more manageable, especially when you're trying to get it in the side and stuff. So what I do is I'm about a 20 thou on these two end strings, and all you're doing is you're going into the end of the there you go. So I'm doing it, this is your angle. So I'm doing this underneath the string and on top of the fret. And then when I put it in there flat, I'm just kind of pressing on the string. And if it's clicking or anything like that, that's telling you that the string is too high. You need to bring it down. If you can't fit the gauge in there, that's telling you that it's actually too low. And that is just barely clicking on it. That one actually has quite some distance. So I might give these just a quick file, to be honest, because these are not feeling very comfortable. It's not a great feeling guitar at the moment, even though it's 2-spec, and that's exactly what I'm saying, right? Like, as far as the guitar that was brought into me, yeah, these are high. As far as the guitar that was brought into me, it matches. Yep, absolutely. Here's the measurement that you had on the other guitar. But I also played that other guitar, and it was a really nice, smooth feeling guitar. This is not smooth feeling. This is actually quite tough. I don't have really any movement on the neck. That would be another thing I could do, is I could give a little bit of a tightness on the neck. But we're pretty straight. A little bit straighter, or sorry, any more will probably be too much, and we'll start getting fret buzz, honestly, within a month as it starts to shift. So I don't want to be in that position, so I think I'm just going to give it, and again, it's all minor. It's not a huge difference, but it's definitely a thing to think about when you're changing string gauge on your guitar, is that you have to compensate for changing string gauge. So if you have a nut that's been set up for 10 to 56 or whatever it is that you're using, and then all of a sudden you go to 11s or 13s or whatever, then it's not going to play the same. It's not going to feel the same. It's not going to intonate the same. But yeah, all of these are a little too tall. Oh yeah, by a large portion. By a large portion. But again, it measures correctly. In fact, we might be a little bit lower than where I wanted to. But yeah, let's just give it a nut spot. And this is part of a setup. This is, at least it should be. Not everyone does this, but they should do this. And now all I'm going to do is just kind of grab a file. Again, a couple of strokes. It's not anything too heavy or too aggressive. And you're generally wanting to do this in playing position. So I'm just kind of feeling this out here. So I think that one is like 1 stroke. I'm gonna need my calipers. Actually, no, I don't. Because I'm so smart. So that is a 49, so we'll do a 50. That's it, and I'll also grab my abrasive cord. This stuff just fills in the slot and stuff. Feels very nice. Makes a huge difference. Huge difference. It's basically like sandpaper for the inside of the string slot. And I'll tune. Excuse me, and I'll tune that up to pitch. And then I will check it. And that's what I don't want to get into. So I think I'm going to leave it there. Because remember I said there's a bit of a twist on this neck. So I don't want to drop it too much and then all of a sudden the whole string buzzes. That's the last thing I want. I'm just going to take it and kind of go on a little bit of an angle and just kind of widen the slot a little bit. Like I'm just focusing on the back side. Another thing you can do is grab like a little pencil file, like a round pencil file, and do the same thing. Well, that's square. And I'm just kind of widening out the back just so the string isn't getting caught in there. That will just allow for the freedom of the string. It feels a little bit better. Let's try that. That already feels better. Just like those two, like I can just feel the difference up here. It was just a little tight here. It's not so bad up here, but it's just, sorry, not tight, high, and that's because of the nut slot. And I'm sure also the intonation is out. Let's try on a string that I haven't done that on. Oh yeah. So that's closer. We're still a little out up here. Yep. So that will work itself out. Again, we're changing string gauge, so everything's off. Our intonation points are off. Our string height is off. Our nut slots are off. So here, and the way that there's a couple different ways that you can test to see if your nut is out. The easiest way for most people is just check your tuning. So you can check your open string and then check it on the 12th fret. So this one is a little out. The intonation does need a change. But also, you can check the playability because your first note should be in tune. And often, if this is not, so I got an A here, and then I'm up quite a bit more on an A sharp. So this is telling me that this is quite sharp. And that just means that the nut slot is too high. That's one way. The second way is you can do kind of without any measuring. You press down on the 3rd fret, and you're pressing down on the 1st fret. And you're just looking at kind of the same thing of what I'm doing with the feeler gauges. The feeler gauges are obviously just more accurate, but you're just kind of like knocking this in. What you're trying to see is if how much play is kind of bouncing in there. You want it to have very, very little play, or as close to touching the fret without, and that's going to be kind of in the same ballpark. I like to use the feeler gauges. I've obviously done them all sorts of different ways. The feeler gauges are just quick and easy and kind of bang on. And then again, I go from feel because some necks are a little bit different. They got a twist, they got a warp, they got character. Just because it feels great right here might mean that it's out or buzzing along the whole other side of the neck, which is counterintuitive for everything that we're doing here. So that is exactly where we want that to, and it's not buzzing on us either because we've just widened the slot. It was getting pinched a little bit. So we can move on to the next one, which needs quite a bit. And the cool thing is or whatever. I don't know if it's the cool thing, but just this is. We got the nut slots to do. Once this is in tune, then we can move to the saddles. And even if you're adjusting the intonation point on the saddles, and you're trying the nut actually could still be out here, but yet in tune at the 12th fret. There's a common misconception that you tune this and intonate it at the 12th and everything is good. Well, it's not necessarily the case. The overall length of the string is good, but you could still be sharp in these first couple frets. So if you're playing chords and they just sound a little sour, that's the reason why. So we will file this. That is a 38. So I got a 36, and all I'm going to do is kind of go back and forth a little bit. Just kind of widen that a touch. And then kind of the same thing on the back side. I'm just rounding it out, opening that up. I don't want it to be pinched in there. This is kind of the launch angle for that string. Especially in this style of headstock, so the strings are coming down quite a bit. There's a really sharp angle on that. Use my abrasive cord. So get it up to pitch, grab our feeler gauge. Yeah, need another couple of strokes there. One day I'll get good at this and I can know exactly how many strokes the difference is. So I play it and go, oh, it's this many cents sharp. That's 11.5 strokes. Oh, that would be so amazing. The amount of back and forth that you generally have to do for this is kind of comical. If you find torture comical. No, it's not that bad. Feeler gauge. Feeler gauge. That's pretty close. Yeah. Still feels a little high. I mean, it needs one or two little strokes, so. This is also that, like, quick and easy, awesome, great. Here's another example of, well, but this is also part of it. Like I said, when you're changing string gauge, this is something that you need to do. I mean, if you want your guitar to be playing in tune and all that kind of stuff. That should probably do it for that. There we go. Could use maybe one stroke more, but let's move on and then we'll come back to it. So now I'm going to go to 18th thou and do the next ones. So now I'm measuring the third, and that is also out by a country mile. What makes a country mile? Is there something? How is a country mile longer than a regular mile? I'm going to keep that out because I might need that. No, that is going to be a 28. Do that. Widen the back slot a little bit. Use the abrasive cord to clean up this channel. Go to this. We'll go to an 18 on this. Oh, sorry, we're still on the string, yeah. Same thing, that could use maybe just a tweak more. Switch this over here. Now I'm just going to measure in this last distance. Oh, I don't need those feeler gauges. Is this... We'll just widen this slot just a touch. In the setup, we are changing the string gauge, so having the having this flux on us is not something that we're really looking to do. We'll flip this over. Okay, now let's check that out. Yeah, I might still need a little bit more, but we'll come back to that in a moment. That one is out by a whole bunch, holy moly. And that is going to be 14. Grab the thinner abrasive cord. And then put that up to pitch. And then throw this. Yeah, we're getting really close. Still doesn't feel great. I think this is sometimes it's a culprit. I can see that the neck is actually moving on us some more. Sometimes these are culprits of just kind of letting it sit and then coming back to it, which to be honest, I think I might do on this one. And I can finish this one up later. Because it's kind of just a repetitive back and forth going on the file slots. So I think I'm going to have to do that. We'll just let this one sit and it will kind of shift on its own and then we'll get through that. So outside of that, I think that's going to be the end of today. I want to thank you for checking it out, hanging out. It's been here for actually a little while today, so a little bit longer than I thought I was going to be doing. But yeah, I'll probably be back on tomorrow morning, and I'll just be popping on and kind of working as we are. So I hope to see you on the next session, if you will, or the next time on the bench. If you are on YouTube, feel free to like the stream. Make sure you follow along, subscribe if you like, and we'll see you on the next one. Thanks for coming by. Take care.